Hello everyone. Remember when I said I didn't have as much malaise anymore? I think I lied. I have a headache. But we gotta continue. And if the game is kind to me, I won't have to read any more, you know. Gotcha arguments on web forums. We did check everything for this night, so might as well continue. Oh, it's November. Okay, wait, let me prepare emotionally. I forgot that I'm gonna have to read a lot. Hunger is one of the most natural and basic emotions a human can experience. Hunger makes you forget the pain and the worries, the dangers you face, and focuses your energy. All your rage is bundled up and ready to be let loose. Therefore, along with fear, it is one of the human emotions that we have the most control over. I would deeply disagree with that. The young man's body language and posture has anger written all over it. It's midnight, and the streets and alleyways are soaked in the shimmering veil of the streetlights. Coincidentally, the people milling about are soaked too, albeit in alcohol, trying to forget their problems and blinding themselves to the truth that surrounds them. He was no part of that. Right now, he has other concerns. His target is out there celebrating, like a hunter after successfully having killed his prey. The target has friends with him. They are loud, noisy, and attract attention, lacking any semblance of etiquette. His target is approaching him with dragging steps, slightly wobbling from side to side. He's obviously very intoxicated. Really? A drunk guy? The teenager's steps are quick and powerful. He's a man on a mission. No one here seems to have expected him to ever return. Zach, you how? Oh. Okay. Something like that, huh? He's quickly pushed aside, sending him tumbling backwards. Listen, what's going on here? Frantic shouting is coming from outside. Zack can feel onlookers staring at him, but he doesn't care one bit. Zack picks up the man, grabs him by the collar, and violently pushes him against a nearby wall. Zack, dude, man, come down. Zack chooses to react to the plea with a quick, forceful strike of his fist. Oh crap, please, I was wrong, bro. Now, don't break that quickly. I'm going to ask you something. I want it to be very clear. Instead of using words, Zack continues to beat his friends, his quote-unquote friend, and teach him a lesson. I didn't exactly have a deep, relaxing sleep last night. Relatable. Zack's sudden departure has put everyone on edge. It's exhausting even for me, who is still squirming around in the bookstore. Waiting for Neko and Justin to give me an update gives me ample time to search for anything useful in the information Neko provided me with so far. She's scoured so many online communities and forums about Mato that there is enough material to guarantee me a headache or two. There have been too many trivial interruptions, and the fractured information circling my brain is more annoying than somebody constantly whispering in my ear. When the time has come to open the store, I rush to the door in a desperate attempt to save myself from this tedious, stressful investigation. But some things just aren't meant to be. As in, you people are going to walk in and actually give me information, okay. I just wanted your professional opinion on where he might have run off to. I didn't expect you to actually drag the guy back here. You know the deal. It's better to catch them than having to catch up to them. Oh, you pull it off. I was walking around town pretty aimlessly when I got a call from an old friend in the police force. He had something, shall we say, interesting to share with me. We're very lucky that he still owed me a favor. You really do know all the right people. Anyway, what did he do? Well, it just so happens that our buddy here nearly sent a whole group of guys to the morgue last night. Please tell me that's an exaggeration. I'd be a lot happier right now if they actually had ended up in the morgue. Zack's voice is still full of resentment and anger. He's covered in scratches and bruises and his clothes look torn. Looking at him makes me glad it was Cecile who found him. You know how much trouble it was to get you out of a situation like that? Thanks. He still seems angry, but at least he appreciates the help he got here. So, did it turn out to be the right guy? It only took a few punches to make him talk. A few? You almost ended up without the Can't speak. A few? You almost ended up at the present. The guy looked like somebody used him for batting practice. He deserves all that and more. Who are you? Fucking Majima? Don't make me repeat myself. There you go. So what's his angle? What could have possibly happened to make him hold such a grudge against you? It's nothing like that. Actually, it's pretty simple. He sold me out to someone else. So you out. Whatever happened to law and order in this city? Somebody's offering a bounty, 20,000 to be exact, for pretty much anyone who cannot be snatched up without causing an uproar. It's a pretty recent development. I haven't had much contact with anyone else, so I didn't know about it, well, up until now. And it doesn't sound like he was planning on giving you your fair share. I start putting the pieces together in my head. You call it mining. Makes it sound harmless, like some kind of Bitcoin farming gig. Turns out it's a lot darker than that, and it's people that are being mined. Oh no. It's worse than Minecraft YouTubers who are into Bitcoin. Well, it's almost as bad as Minecraft YouTubers who are into Bitcoin. That's a lot of money. I heard that there are several other gangs doing this, mostly the established ones who've been around for years. Law enforcement has become a lot stricter lately. No one in their right mind would do something that risky. It's not something you can stop doing once you're entangling it. To me, it sounded like Jeremy didn't see another way and was pretty desperate financially. That asshole. And that's why he sold you and Fatty out to those guys. I still cannot believe we're just calling that character Fatty and never giving him a name. Yeah, I just hate myself for being so blind. I don't know how I ever considered him my brother. Mentioning Jeremy's name is enough to set Zack off again. I can almost feel the heat emanating from here as his anger flares up. Fatty may have gotten away just like Zack, but there's no way of reaching him. That in itself makes any form of comfort seem like self-deceit. Zack has no clue as to where Fatty could be, and Jeremy swore he didn't know anything, even after being threatened with violence. So far, Fatty hasn't tried to reach out to Zack. Zack might be reckless and impulsive, but he's not brainless. So, who's paying the money? And where are those people being taken? I don't know, it sounded like it had something to do with a restaurant. I couldn't understand him too well, what with him missing most of his teeth and all. Bringing us back to your bizarre definition of a few punches. Making me repeat that all of it was completely deserved. Here we go again. I'd like another go at him too. So anyway, you said something about a restaurant. Are we gonna have cannibals? Many seemingly unrelated clues suddenly begin to interweave. For a moment, I have no idea how to tell Zack about Justin's discovery and what I'm thinking about. If he throws another fit, I wouldn't know how to stop him. I just really like the jingle for the you know. Wait a minute. Found it! It's true that there's a restaurant called Country Taste in the Sanjun building. That's a problem. What? How so? It looks like a non-traditional establishment, but the waiters seemed really new and skilled. When I snuck a peek, they were super lazy and barely awake. I heard from customers that the menu has drastically changed. Sounds quite bad. The dishes are way too salty. So they changed up the menu, but the place is still called Country Taste. If you ask me, I think the place looks like it was just recently acquired by new owners who haven't figured anything out yet. If you yourself call something chaotic, it has to be serious. I managed to get my hands on their tax records and there's been a sharp decline recently. Uh-huh. Something must have changed. Everyone has to eat and restaurants tend to have loyal customers unless they mess up somehow. Also, I took a look at the building's layout and the construction plans. The back door doesn't lead outside but leads further inside the building instead, which isn't the case for normal businesses. That's not that unusual, is it? It might just be a residential space that was converted into a commercial one. That's not what I'm concerned about. The building surveillance must be a closed-circuit system, and I can't intercept the signal from outside. Cecile's helping me look for Wi-Fi access inside. None of her to it, she's not as experienced as you are. Don't worry. Anyway, have a look at everything I've gathered that seemed out of place to me somehow. Transmitting now. Over and out. Neko hangs up and my phone starts buzzing. She sent me a lot of data. Building layouts, ownership registration information, tax records. Why did you ask Neko to investigate? I asked her to check something out that I think could be very helpful. Cecile with her too. I hope that nobody gets killed if this is a cannibal situation. Well, killed and eaten. You mentioned a restaurant yesterday, and given the current state of affairs, I couldn't really leave it alone. You know how it is. Just as Neko suspected, the records show that the restaurant has changed hands. Other than that, there's also information linking the group to trouble with the law. This includes a picture of a man who's being taken into the police station. The man's criminal record is long enough to look like a receipt, although they are all minor issues like picking fights here and there. Still, I have a hard time picturing a guy like that working at a restaurant. Justin, you said the villagers mentioned a foreigner wearing red passing through. That's right, he was wearing red and had no ears. At least that's what the kid told me. Exactly the same as... What are you looking at? Whoa, isn't that Jeremy's gang leader? What? The Street Tigers have a reputation in the area. They're notorious and have more than 20 members. Imagine that, so many more idiots like him. But I haven't seen that guy lately. Where do you guys see him? Well, I'm starting to rethink my original suspicions. Let's see... Uh-huh. Hmm. 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 Appearances. Actually, maybe. Is that this one or is the last one? But I think it's actually this one. I am so smart. Bingo. It's a shame life is so ungrateful. Finding the right answer is hard work after all. What up? I think I figured out where they could have taken you. I think I figured out where they would have taken you had they been successful. The thing is that's country taste place, right? Jason has also noticed that something is foul here. He and I are the only ones investigating two incidents at the same time, though maybe they're not so separate after all. We don't have any time to lose. There's no time to waste. He told me about gangsters going around town mining. At the same exact time, a gang leader starts managing a restaurant, and according to Neko, the restaurant doesn't look like it's a professionally handled business at all. You think the restaurant is being used as a front? That restaurant doesn't have an actual back door. It leads inside the building instead. Not really a company design choice, is it? It takes a lot of supplies to run a restaurant, and if they all had to be delivered via the front entrance, there's no way they could open up on time. It would take ages. But there's one scenario in which that could be an advantage. If you want to kidnap and hide a lot of people, the biggest problem is how to make the hideout less noticeable. Think about it. The building is owned by a group of people with eccentric beliefs, and the restaurant owner is a known criminal. You have to admit, that does sound like a recipe for shady business. Jesse takes my phone and double checks the building layout Neko sent. The lower floors are restaurants. There's also some kind of shopping there from the 7th floor onwards. Most of the rooms are rented by various companies as office spaces. With so many people around, it's hard to avoid prying eyes. It looks like somebody improvising an office building to create retail space instead. The northern part looks residential in comparison. My god, have you ever seen a building put together like that? I can't say that I have. The architect must have been smoking something. Like the weeds. Apart from the back door and the lower shops, the only other passage is the one for the garbage disposal. It's just one big stuffed place. There's a spark in Justin's eye, but Zack seems to think our assumptions are a little premature. So they kidnap people from outside, use the restaurant as a cover to get into the building, and after a while they can leave without anyone noticing anything suspicious. There have been so many disappearances all over Mato lately, and people from Yuhui village have been disappearing for a while now too. You think there's a connection between the two? We would have to figure out the exact timing and make comparisons. I'm not 100% sure yet. The question now is how the two groups are connected and when and how they started getting involved with each other. I have a feeling we won't like whatever we find. Please don't let this be some insane human sacrifice thing again. Oh no, hopefully it's just gonna be cannibalism. It happened a while ago, but I'm still bothered by the collective amnesia. Scarlett said that amnesia wasn't drug-induced, but if you consciously bury memories like that, there has to be a deeper purpose. You know of any rituals that fit the bill? I don't really know, and I've gone through all the books I could find on the subject already. Alas, we know nothing and are even more confused than before. Fantastic. Knock knock guys, rituals, ceremonies, why the hell are you throwing those words around so much? Don't worry, do you really think that medicine you took yesterday was for drowsiness? The world may just be a little bigger than common sense would have you believe. Very strange beliefs or monsters all of it exists. If you don't want to take my word for it, just ask Cecile. She met the store manager before I did. You don't need to hear everything from me. Believe it or not, your choice. A few days ago, I was just as clueless as you. People died because of it. That's something I don't want to have happen ever again. What? You mean people are going to die? What's this all about? Oh, kid, people are already dead. Don't worry about it. I can tell you more about it when we have the time. Ignore Zack's inquiries for now and turn back to Justin. Is there a way to gain control over this somehow? How about one of your contacts at the bureau? That'll be a problem. He's been very busy over there lately, and there's more pressing personal issues as well. What is it? Well, being the guy who cried wolf. I'm sorry I made that happen. It's fine, but why are you suddenly so motivated? Is it because Neko's not around? Wait, Zack, why did you leave? We're doing things differently this time. Before, we had a vague idea what we were getting ourselves into. This time, there's no use in pretending to be experts. We'll be more cautious, I promise. There's so many people involved, there's always one person who cracks under the pressure. We'll wait until we find a weak spot. That makes sense, but then again, last time everything made sense too. I'll think of something, okay? It won't be easy, and there's bound to be trouble. Saving people is never easy. Anyway, Zack, you... Huh? I look left and right, and there's no trace of Zack, because he ran away in the middle of your conversation. Where did he wander off to? Ayana. There wasn't anything new on the bookshelf. This is an angle. Right now, it's impossible to tell the difference between Zack's temper and an erupting volcano. He didn't even wait until the store manager finished speaking. He was angry at the others for not making him aware of how serious the situation was much earlier. This time, he left in silence, slipping away without anyone noticing. His impulsiveness got the better of him once again, urging him to act instead of planning things with the others until it might be too late. Ever since he was a child, he's been in a constant state of confusion. Why do people want him to study hard? Is it wrong to be brave? Is standing up for others worth it? What will his life turn out to be? Everything happens, unfolds, and ends before he even knows it, always. This has to change. It's time for initiative. Of course, he's going to save the day. How? He hasn't thought about that yet. He still doesn't know. Thinking twice before acting is a valuable trait, but what if there isn't enough time for that? By the time he regains his senses and can think a little more clearly again, the dungeon building is already towering over him. The exterior is only dimly lit. The building's facade shows clear signs of age. It's almost run down. Zack is used to depressing places that are close to falling apart, but seeing the peeling paint, the old stains and the withered vines crawling along the building's walls, he gets a weird feeling from looking at it. If anything, that only makes his temper run even hotter. Zack takes a look around. This place is a long way away from the bustling city center. On a regular weekday, the area around this building is even less populated than usual. Still, there are a few people going about their business. He remembers how the store manager was describing the building's structure back in the bookstore. Sorry, I'm very sleepy. I thought I slept well last night, and apparently I did not. Knowing more about the layout gives Zack a sense of confidence. He collects his thoughts and steps into the building. He feels like a small boat drifting off into the looming uncertainty of the unpredictable dark sea at night. It's already long past lunchtime, and the restaurant, equally as dilapidated as the building exterior, doesn't have a single guest. A few buzzing flies are the only thing to keep the bored waiters company. Even Zack is taken aback by their carefree, wholly uninterested attitude. Because of the store's manager's suspicions, Zack decides to act more like a dog. It could prove helpful and make him fit in. Zack quickly makes his way across the rustic lobby. He doesn't want to stop for even a second. The sooner he finds a safe spot without anyone around, the better. You can't help but notice the crude faces of the waiters, stern, hollow eyes, expressions that ooze hostility. One thing's for sure, it's nightmare fuel. If he could ever fall asleep in the first place, that is. Ah, come on, that's hardly that creepy. The facial features that somehow seem off and unnatural have a strong impact on Zack. To an ordinary person, they might be just a little ugly, but Zack knows better, making the fear run all that much deeper. This is important to him. If it weren't, he would have turned around and run, trusting his instincts. But there's only a thin line that marks the point of no return, and he can't afford a luxury such as fear right now. The room he's in is only sparsely lit. It seems well maintained, and luckily for him, there's nobody else around, at least for now. An oppressive veil of humidity covers the entire room. Zack's skin is sensitive to the touch of the cold metal around him, which helps him focus. The lower floors are restaurants. There's also some kind of shopping there. From the 7th floor onwards, most of the rooms are rented by various companies as office space. With so many people around, it's hard to avoid prying eyes. Looks like somebody improvised in an office building to create retail space instead. The northern part looks residential in comparison. Apart from the back door and the lower shops, the only other passage is the one for garbage disposal. It's just like one big stuff place. If the first 2 floors are restaurants, maybe taking a look further up is the way to go. It isn't likely that there will be enough room for many people in the kitchen in the back, but the 2nd floor is somehow more suspicious than the one Country Taste is on. Is there a way to go further up? Zack circles the room and pushes open the door to the fire escape, the narrow hallways urging him to move on as fast as possible. At least the southern part is a typical office layout. The corridor extends to the left and right, winding around the corner around 40 or 50 meters away and connecting to the other side of the building. If no alteration have been made, there should be 3 rooms per floor. Examining each and every one of them obviously isn't practical. Zack has a tough choice to make. Okay, where to now? Excellent question. I mean, did I mention anything about like which floor I should check? Let's see. Now I need to think about this carefully. Unless it's gonna let me like check everything, which would be silly. When it just told me that that wasn't like good, that wasn't useful. I mean, 3rd floor is way too close to a restaurant, I guess. Well, maybe it's gonna let me check everything. I might as well check the 3rd floor first. Oh, this is an interesting change of perspective. Zack makes his way through the filthy stained corridor until he reaches the 3rd floor. It takes the rebellious teenager some time to get a feel for this floor's layout. This clearly isn't a restaurant. There are 3 rooms side by side and all of the doors are closed. The corridor isn't lit and the lack of natural light makes it easy to forget that the sun is still up outside. There's a moment of silence. Although Zack can hear some activity from the restaurant, it sounds like a strange echo from a faraway world. Alright, I should check this out first. Well, if you're gonna let me check everything in order. It's locked. The door won't budge a bit no matter how hard Zack pushes. It doesn't have a keyhole, making Zack wonder how the owner intends to open it. You can make out a faint sound coming from inside the room. It sounds like someone crying. I have to be quiet. Instead of further around with the door, he puts his ear close to it and listens. Others still aren't back yet? No, they're nowhere to be found. It's getting late. A lot of crap. Finding a brass bell in such a big city. It's supposed to be the size of a fist, right? Oh, I still have to go to the river to scatter those strange fish. There's a search for the bell, the search for the girl, those people we have to move around. Does it look like we have 10 pairs of hands or something? It made this mining business sound completely different. Now we're in too deep to quit. I'm telling you, that foreigner talked about it. The exact same stuff as those things upstairs. Is he? I've only ever seen him come here to act all smug and arrogant, ready to pick a fight. He can take on 6 people at once. Nobody dares to speak up when he's around. That's just talk. Whatever you say. Anyway, he's looking for something and our boss is involved. Now, what have I gotten myself into? Give me a bite, will ya? I only got 2, you damn leech. Okay, chill. I'll pay you back next time. You say that way too many times already. Hard to make out what exactly is going on, but there's definitely some shady business going on here. Anyway, now is not the right time to waste any effort on this door. Okay, let's see. It's locked. The door won't budge one bit, no matter how hard Sock pushes. It doesn't have a heckle, okay. No, okay, so look through the window. Can't see anything. It's not just a matter of the window being too dirty, no light is coming through whatsoever. It looks like it has been sealed off from the other side. Zack can't make out anything from this spot. Now let's return to the corridor. Let's go 3rd and then 6th, like this. Let's jump around. The door to the 6th floor is closed. Oh, come on! The door has obviously been reinforced at some point, and even the smallest slits and seams are completely sealed off. Zack inspects the door thoroughly, ultimately arriving at the conclusion that there's 0 chance of getting through. Eager to find even the smallest clue, Zack steps close to the door in an attempt to eavesdrop. We blank, cannot blank, accept. A muffled voice is growling. Hey, now this is a pretty sweet deal. You won't find another place around here suited to your cause as this one. This has nothing to do with blank, just blank. Or blank skill, blank technique, advanced, say blank, blank are unworthy. That's hard to believe in light of recent failures. I need your help to affect the city's water supply. But how do you expect me to trust you when you're not even familiar with this particular transformation technique? Oh god, are we doing Shadow over Innsmouth? Are we doing a Shadow over the Innsmouth reference? Seriously, are we doing a Shadow over Innsmouth reference? Are people gonna turn into fish people? This blank is more complex. Blank, don't blank be unreasonable. Hey, how can you compare a procedure to transform the flesh with a procedure to transform the brain? If you think it's simply a matter of pouring drugs into the water supply so that people are rendered unconscious, you are gravely mistaken. The necessary rituals are materials to get people to let down their guard and accept everything from the bottom of their hearts are of the utmost complexity. It makes me curious about what you guys have been up to these past few years at Yuhui village. And you, Blank, has nothing to do with that. You should just keep experimenting and learning. We can't let the thugs get rid of the failures. The actual yield rate is still shockingly low, but so far the process has been surprisingly hassle-free. We blank are blank serious. Is that supposed to be cursing? Is that supposed to be this person cursing? Which I thought they were just, you know. But it is funny if that's supposed to be cursing. Considering the setup of this building, I wonder if there's even a big enough water supply. If we don't work harder and meet the standards, everyone here will be in trouble. Oh yeah, you're not going to treat them the same as us, are you? Everyone here seems to be local. They are never any new faces. Yeah, no, I'm not sure if this is cursing, but it feels like cursing. Anyway, the prophecy is what it is, and it's up to you to believe it or not. It's been almost half a month since we've seen the drug supplier from the Eastern District, and the Visionary Society members will be leaving the city soon. That should work in your favor. You'll stay on the path, won't you? Or have you lost the courage to do great things? I'm gonna assume that that's them scream motherfucker. Most parts of the conversation were inaudible, but Zack still heard the clear anger and malice beneath the words. That and several strange, unidentifiable noises. This isn't a good spot to hang around for long, and this isn't the kind of place where Fatty would be either. Determined, Zack steps away from the door to investigate the other floors. Let's go to the fourth floor then. The actual layout of the fourth floor differs from the blueprints Neko provided. The southern layout appears to have been merged into one, leaving only one entrance to the corridor. The other rooms are arranged in a weird pattern too. In addition to two normal-sized rooms, there's another room near the east side of the building, leaving only a small door in a gap in the hallway. As for the southernmost room, it's locked up tight with no visible way in or out. There isn't a single window all along the hallway. The walls are covered in square marks, indicating new plaster. The floor is quiet, as if it has been soundproofed, and you can barely hear the sound of the cars outside. Let's see. It's locked. Again, the thing with not the water. Give me water. Anyway, okay. Let's see. It's locked. Same as before. Room C. This is the only room that's unlocked. The door is half open already, revealing a small glimpse of what's inside. For now, it seems like the only option is to keep exploring. Did he ever see something, or is there really nothing? Zack carefully observes his surroundings in an attempt to find more clues. Zack discovers a line of water stains on the ground. He gently touches one of them with his fingertips. It's a sticky substance, definitely not just water. It seems more like mucus than liquid. It's like slime from a toad's skin, but it's way too much for it to have come from a toad. The trail looks like footprints. I could have possibly left those. Zack shakes his head and forces himself to focus. He needs to move, there's no point in hovering around. The room seems to be empty. With a deep breath, he musters up the courage to push open the door and step inside. He has a feeling he may regret this decision. The foul smell that hits him is so bad he almost loses consciousness. It takes him a good 5 seconds before he can think straight again. Yeah, that looked alright. A huge surgical operating table takes up most of the room. Many medical instruments are strewn about, and Zack can't help but notice that dry blood covers most of them. He's concentrating so much on his surroundings, he almost misses the most obvious thing. A person. Zack is repulsed. Every fiber of his body is warning him not to look any closer, and his instincts are telling him to turn around and never return to this disgusting place. He's covered from head to toe in cold sweat. He doesn't know what it is, but there's something unbelievably dangerous about this room. It reeks of dread and malice. However, he doesn't seem to be fully in control of his body right now. No, just one more look around. Just one more look around. Well, might as well. Never actually had to waste time on this. Let's see. What's up with the patient first? Examine the patient. Zack approaches the bed to examine the patient laying on it. Looks like a normal person. Although he mentally prepared himself, the confirmation that this is indeed a dead body sends a jolt through his chest. The deceased looks like an adult male of average height and weight. The body, lying flat on the hospital bed, hasn't grown stiff yet, and Zack can hear an indescribable squelching sound at the slightest touch. Zack has heard about the stages a body goes through after death, but he can't remember the exact details right now. Who would have thought that an ordinary person would ever need this information? Due to his lack of professional knowledge, all he can do is keep the body at a rudimentary one sober. However, his efforts seem to have been in vain. Well, that sucks. Huh? Zack gently turns to see his head and discovers an incision on the side of the neck, about the length of his index finger. It is difficult to detect what caused it since the wound is covered in an unknown fluid. Is this the cause of death? Huh? No, just one more look around. The hands have been forcefully tied down, long metal needles have been inserted deep into the ears, and the neck looks painfully contorted. Many pairs of huge eyes next to each other. What overtakes Zack isn't merely the scene in front of him, but what his mind makes of it. Sickening moans that echo in his head, nausea-inducing smells. Zack's own imagination is turning into a theater of macabre horrors. His visions is getting more and more blurry by the second, and his strained eyes begin to drift around the room. Looking beyond the depths of the physical space, he stares at things that aren't actually there. A vast sea with the shadowy silhouette of a Buddha sitting in the lotus position far away in the distance. Instead of the usual light emanating from behind the head, countless arms encircle it. It just looks wrong. The only thing Zack can compare it to is a sitting octopus. It makes no sense. Malevolent, vengeful thoughts erupt in his mind. Twisted arms, fierce fangs, huge eyes, one after the other. Twisted arms, fierce fangs, huge eyes. Twisted arms, fierce fangs, huge eyes. Twisted arms, fierce fangs, huge eyes. He's frozen in place with no idea as to where he is or what he's doing. He feels numb. It's as if his soul has left his body. He doesn't register or respond to anything around him anymore. The door behind him opens. I would run. A pair of huge eyes is staring at Zack from the shadows outside the door. Zack jumps with fright. Fighting the fear, he musters up every ounce of physical strength he has left and throws a punch. He remembers what he heard in the bookstore. Admittedly, he didn't understand everything that was being discussed, but he knows that a certain Yehoi village is stirring up trouble. Whatever is going on in this building is more than a simple string of kidnappings. In that case, could it be... Fatty? Zack has a good reason to be hesitant. Yes. Oh no! It is a Shadow over Innsmouth reference! Aw, man! Like, Shadow over Innsmouth is good, but, you know, it's also done to death. And also extremely racist. Such strength. Actually, Fatty's nickname never had anything to do with his weight. Really? And then why do you call him Fatty? Plenty of people stuff themselves with junk food and sodas, but Fatty earned his nickname through brute force and physical strength. He's the human equivalent of a wrecking ball. He came me like a wrecking ball. There's no chance in hell to win a fight against him. Strong muscles are visible underneath his skin. They aren't well defined, but they're quite genuine and intimidating. On top of that, Fatty seems to have grown even taller somehow. Zack rubs his eyes in disbelief and takes another look at the strange yet oddly familiar figure in front of him. Sure, it's Fatty, the ears, the nose, the mouth, but he's changed. His eyes are bigger than they've ever been, to the point where it looks like they're about to pop out of their sockets. They're bright, but they have a strange orange yellowish color. Still, it's Fatty, there's no doubt about that. Zack would recognize his friend anywhere. Zack steps forward and places a hand on Fatty's arm in a comforting manner. The skin feels harsh under his palm and it almost stops him in his tracks. Man, I really had to come to a shithole like this to find you. He can't find the right words. Right now, he simply can't figure out how to deal with his emotions. This is the only way for him to express his concern. Zack. What the? Sorry, I can't help it. Take it easy, we'll catch up later. Let's get out of here first. Fatty doesn't respond. All he does is stand there in silence. Well, isn't normal. Fatty has always been talkative, straightforward, and foul-mouthed, especially in front of Zack. Something isn't right about this. No matter how big a fight they had in the past, the current situation should erase all that. Come on, work with me here. We need to get you to a doctor. Have you looked in the mirror? Have you looked in the mirror recently? You weren't pretty to begin with, and how are you gonna... Wait, I just lost it because I read a little faster with my head than with my mouth. You weren't pretty to begin with, and how are you ever gonna get a girl with a face like that? It's for your own good, so come with me. Incredible. He's so stupid. Zack doesn't get the reaction he was looking for. Instead, Fatty displays a variety of other emotions. Happiness, anger, worry, and... Zack. Fatty grows in a way that's barely understandable. You know what this place is? No? Do you know how many people are here? How many people we have to run from? I don't care. We don't leave now. There's no outside, no use. His bloated body is expanding dramatically. He gasps for air as his mouth starts to foam. His tongue is flailing and lashing around. Wet slurping nose is drowning out his words as saliva splatters across his face. Is he doing like, I don't even know if I can do it with my own mouth, but it's like, you know? Something like that, but, you know, licking the rim of your mouth, I guess. Too late, already, out, now, go, do it. Don't be ridiculous, there's always a... Zack can reach in time to what happens, can react. What did I read that as reach? Zack can react in time to what happens next. His body is slammed into the edge of the counter with enough force to break a rib. His lungs have trouble keeping up and he almost passes out. Why? Zack doesn't understand what's going on. Never before has he seen his friend so angry and unhinged. He just stands there, the pain coursing through his body, telling him that this whole bizarre situation is actually happening. Coming here to a friend was the right thing to do, no matter the circumstances. Seeing this room just confirmed that. But why all of this? The sound of heavy footsteps interrupts Zack's train of thought. You hide. The slimy, sticky sound draws nearer, but that's not all. Ah, yes. The creepy whispering is back. Grandmother in a black dress. That's neatly specific. The wind it nears, the storm approaches. Grandmother in a black dress. Come back to me, great mother. You know, there are other ways to deal with your mommy issues. The tea is good, the meat is rich. Come back to me, great mother. Return me safely from the sea. I'll give you tea, I'll give you meat. Grandmother in a black dress. The strange chant again. This time, however, Zack can make out the words, because they are closer now. Zack instantly remembers that one night. There's more to it than he thought. His whole world is now controlled by one single primal emotion: fear! One of my favorites. He's caught in the moment, unable to do anything. Robbed of his voice and unable to lift his arms, he's completely incapable of moving. Fatty, on the other hand, is not. He grabs Zack by the neck, pushing him into a dark corner of the room. Zack slams into the wall once more, desperately scrambles for something to hold on to, but his hands touch something that's much colder than the wall. The entrance to the garbage chute. Go. Quick, get in. Fatty haphazardly pushes Zack into it as if he were an actual garbage bag. The passage is spacious, but clearly not intended for humans, and barely big enough for Zack to fit through. Fatty is having some difficulty pushing Zack into it, but that's also in part because Zack is trying to resist. Zack knows exactly what's about to happen, just as he knows that Fatty could never fit through the chute. Fatty, hey, what are you doing? Zack turns around to call out to his friend. Don't be an idiot, I came here to help you, I'm not living without you. Zack, I hate to break this to you, but he's a fish person. You're not gonna unfish him. Once you get turned into a fish person, you cannot be unfished. That's how science works. And magic. And the horrors. The answer to Zack's exclamation follows swiftly. Another push with tremendous power behind it. Damn it! Go, quickly! Though Fatty's growling voice is loud and powerful, it's growing more distant now. Zack's body descends rapidly. He can hear faint wailing sounds and fists striking flesh, and then he can hear anything. A sharp pain pulls him back to reality. Fortunately, the tubes open up far enough above the ground, so Zack managed to turn around in time to land on his back. Unfortunately, the impact is too much for Zack. He loses his breath and the ability to think for a moment. Yeah, you're lucky to be alive, if anything. Then his instincts kick back in. He has to escape. He has to survive. That's the only thought in his mind. His whole body hurts, his bones creak and his joints crack under the pressure of each step. He moves towards a bright light with the last tiny bit of energy he has left. He can't hear the car start, can't smell the disgusting stench, and he can't see or hear the tall figure standing next to the trash growling. He can't feel anything, not even the pain. Darkness, nothing but darkness. Man, I should have checked the 5th floor. I hope there wasn't anything important there. That would have been a problem. Like, if there was something important in the 5th floor, I am so fucked. Ah well. What can you do? I'll have to restart the chapter probably. Come back. Did you find anything? Sorry, not yet. We were close to the restaurant when suddenly a whole bunch of people turned up. They all look so aggressive. Be patient, Cecile. You just have to wait a little longer. But Zack, it doesn't sound too good. Justin takes the microphone and I can hear plenty of background noise. As if to underline Justin's words, there seems to be a lot of growling and yelling going on the other end. It's very crowded right now, so don't let Neko get anywhere near here. I wouldn't have believed a place like that would slip under the law's radar even Mato if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. So what should we do now? Retreat. Since they seem to be in such a hurry, they probably don't have the situation under control, and I doubt that uproar is Zack's doing. Nah, well, maybe a little bit. In other words, I think the chances of Zack escaping are high. I don't see much point in dwelling on it. Something gets me about the fact that we're just mission control. Like, the main character is just mission control for other people at this point. Supposedly for a reason, supposedly for plot reasons, but also it's funny. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that they are so disorganized right now and check things out for ourselves? I can already imagine how much of a mess it must be inside, and make no mistake, right now they're probably more vigilant than ever before. Don't go near that place. Yeah, I know, I have a plan. Seal, you know where to wait for me. God fucking damn it, Justin! Where on earth did he run off to? Seal, Bessie. Night, lady. Hi, Scarlet, it's been a while. Just before stress and anxiety get the better of me, I hear a familiar voice. Thankfully, the visitor who has come to watch the show this time isn't wearing that familiar hat. I was going to ask for your help again, but it seems to be a bad time. That's true. Unfortunately, I already have my hands full. Let me just say that whatever it is you're planning, I can't really be of much help these next few days. Oh, and let me give you this. Here. He sets a package wrapped in plastic down on the table. It has an angular shape, and upon picking it up, it's a lot heavier than it looks. I can't tell what it is. It makes no sound whatsoever as I shake it a little. Was this express delivery? Apparently, yeah, I found it by your door. Hard to believe this place even has a mailing address. Even those pesky door-to-door salesmen leave you alone. Now that you mention it, I've never seen them around. Anyway, that's beside the point. Thank you for bringing it. I'm sure the courier just dumped it because he didn't know what to do since we're closed today. At least whoever sent it didn't put your phone number on the label. And check this out. All it says in place of a name is Hermitage. Courier services really need to get creative when it comes to finding addresses. Who knows, maybe it was supposed to be addressed to Hermitage as a business itself. I'm not the actual owner after all. How do you mean that? I mean it literally. I ignore Scarlett's confused look and take a letter opener out of the drawer, then proceed to carefully opening the package with it. The first thing I notice is the slightly dewy and damp smell. I'm not a stack of old books. So it was him. Ah, that's what you meant earlier. I'm just a little surprised. I never would have thought he didn't trust these books to a stranger, no matter he would only deliver them in person. It's not like this place is crawling with customers, but the ones that do come here have high standards. He makes sure to keep us stocked up with volumes that are hard to come by anywhere else, though some of these are way too exotic for anyone to actually be interested in them. Do you really need his help? I'm sure you have a say in what gets put on the shelves. Aren't you the manager now? It's okay. It's not as if I'm relying on it. I just let him do his thing. I'm not one to judge somebody else's interests or hobbies. To be honest, I'm not telling Scarlett the whole truth here. Things are bad enough already, and with everyone on edge, I think telling her about the owner's peculiar backstory and antics, she might try to get me to move out and abandon Hermitage. The harsh truth is that I have nowhere else to go. That's reason enough for me to keep the owner's secrets to myself instead of burdening someone else with it. I wonder how long I can keep this up and how long these secrets can actually remain secret. The thought gives me a bad feeling, and I watch how Scarlett curiously browses through the new arrivals. Ugh, here we go again. It's that odd feeling again. Lately it's been happening more and more frequently. What's wrong? Is your lack of sleep catching up to you? No, I think it's something else. Listen to your body and treat it with a little more respect, or your sedentary lifestyle will get a better review. Oh, looks like he does have a good taste every once in a while. Scarlett picks up a book from the pile that looks rather pristine compared to the others. Good taste? You mean this book? Yes, exactly. Strange you would say that. I would have thought it was only for a niche audience. Ah yes, another edition of the Cthulhu mythos. Niche is the new mainstream, haven't you heard? These days it's easy to generate hype around stuff like this, especially with movies, games, and all kind of merch being sold. It's part of pop culture. The game Neko is helping to develop has the same theme, if I'm not mistaken. That's it. Looks like whoever's in charge of it knows what's popular and has a vision. Are you messing with me? Why would I? Trust me, this is exactly the kind of entertainment young people these days are into. What strange times we live in. You can say that again. I've heard of some kids actually building altars in their backyards. Can you believe that? Many of them don't even have an idea where it all originates from. Modern media is to blame for blurring the lines between what's real and what's fiction. Still, I'd rather have those kids playing around with that kind of stuff than seeing them get involved in anything that's actually dangerous. Now, it's not modern media's fault. It's the fact that education is shitty about media literacy. Like, come on. Modern media is partially responsible for a lot of things, but I wouldn't say it's responsible for that one. Speaking of danger, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about. I was expecting that. It's written all over your face. Go ahead, what is it? You remember that Sky Pit incident? Another one of those holes has turned up. What? One of them was bad enough, and now there's a second one. You mean like the one close to the riverside viewing platform? Exactly. Luckily there was far less traffic there than at the site of the previous incident. That means slightly less information will leak to the public too. An important international conference is just around the corner, and one bad event keeps chasing the next. City officials are panicking. It's pure chaos. Sorry, I need to hydrate. You are there to have a look at it yourself. Yeah, I did. The whole place still reeked of ammonia when I got there, courtesy of the fire department's extinguishing work. The fire department's response to the incident makes me think I'm trying to piece everything together. Maybe there's a connection to the previous incident. So, are the rumors about it having been an explosion true? You'll find out soon enough. Scarlet presses play and a part of the screen suddenly turns white. Turns out things aren't quite so simple and can be explained by the rumors floating around. What appears on the screen looks more like a lightning bolt than a fireball. That's... I started looking for more clues in the other videos. Sure enough, the people were terrified. Even if you're the most courageous person on earth, it's normal to make a run for it in a situation like that. Nobody even thought about turning back for the others, and they're frantically running around like a bunch of panicked rabbits. Pay attention to those people there. They're heading south toward the big crowd. I can see several shadows being swallowed up by the debris. Two people trip and fall running away, but the others make it. In the final surveillance video, several men in police uniforms can be seen keeping the people away from the crowd. They're carrying something in their mouths. It looks like whistles. Stop, this is it. The time code freezes. 14:58:18. Was there an explosion in this case too? It looks just like what happened on the viewing platform. It happened late at night, so there aren't as many... Yeah, no, that should be... Wait, no. Yeah, that should be many. That's a typo issue. It happened late at night, so there aren't as many eyewitness reports this time around. The people who were there, or at least close by, all mentioned loud noises and blinding lights. I got close, so I have a pretty good idea of what the site of the incident looks like. Scarlet sighs and starts rubbing her temples. It looks eerily similar to the gaping hole from last time, like something unbelievably hot burned a hole straight into the ground, or somebody scooped a large chunk of asphalt as if it were ice cream. That would be close to impossible to replicate. It can't be a coincidence. One of the eyewitnesses happened to look directly at that spot when it happened and reported something interesting. Interesting? Weren't they blinded by the light? Not right away, at least. The witness says they saw a huge silhouette at the center of the light when it happened. What kind of silhouette? That makes it sound like a scene from a sci-fi movie. They mentioned the silhouette being extremely tall, 2 meters at the very least. My honest reaction to that? Of course, we have to remain skeptical. Only one person reported having seen it. Human eyes aren't made for staring into bright lights, and it might as well have been an optical illusion. Again, so very sleepy. You're right, we can't rule out the idea that it was just a mirage. I'm not sure that's the right word for it. Think about it, from everything we just described, the air around the incident site must have been brimming with heat. That would conflict with the eyewitness report, because nobody could just stand around in such extreme heat. Maybe for just a moment, but well, I don't know. I don't think we have enough to go on yet, and wild guesses won't do us any favors. Let's set aside the mysterious silhouette and whether it's real or not for now. The fact remains that the same thing has happened twice in this city. We should focus on that and dig deeper. We just can't catch a break, can we? Once you're done with your other stuff, call up Justin and let him work with his job. I'm sure it's more exciting than whatever he's doing right now. Depends, how exciting do you think fish people are? I'm not too sure excitement is what he's after. You should probably ask him yourself. I'm sure you would have an easier time persuading him. I doubt he's a no if you speak to him face to face. You really think so? I somehow doubt that. I'm not... Save your breath. As far as I'm concerned, it's settled. Thanks in advance. Scarlet picks up the crumpled packaging and gets up. I'll see if I can get some more information out of those witnesses. I'll be in touch if I find out anything new. And I'll be in touch if I need your help. Scarlet shoots me a nonchalant glance, but doesn't say anything. She's always so hard to read. I think she's flirting. With the plastic wrapping from the book delivery in hand, she walks out the door. Can I just call a timeout? Mysterious murder cases with a supernatural background and unexplained natural disasters. As Scarlett once said, there's a fine line behind being things can... There's a fine line behind which things can no longer be considered coincidence. And that line has not only been crossed, but stomped on and erased a long time ago. Something shady is ruining the city. But what is it? Faced with such an ominous premonition, I can't help but worry about when we might bite off more than we can chew. Anyway, let's tackle the case. Problems keep piling up on top of the already existing ones. I slap myself lightly on the cheek in an effort to get my head back in the game. Until we get Zack back, I'm afraid our troubles have only just started. God, I'm so sleepy. Also, wait, you're not gonna let me read the books? But I got new books. I wanted to read them. God damn it. Now I'm salty about it. Okay. Pain. That's the first thing he feels when he wakes up. It sweeps over him like a wave of anguish, but no matter how hard he tries, he's unable to scream. Slowly but surely, he comes back to his senses. He's surrounded by a tranquil silence. The only thing he can hear is the soft howling of the wind in the trees. That's when he notices a stench so foul, it almost makes him pass out again. Where is he? He tries to turn his head to observe his surroundings, but his body won't react. Maybe he could move his eyes if he focuses with all his might. But that's just wishful thinking. To make matters worse, he now realizes that the foul nausea-inducing stench is coming from his own body. Did someone move him here, or is it just where he landed? Somebody might know the answer to that, but that somebody isn't him. He doesn't know how he ended up here exactly, but in retrospect, he doesn't regret anything. Right now, there's nothing for him to do but lie on the ground and stare at the night sky. His thoughts are getting clearer, images and voices echoing in his head. Go, quick, get in. Let me, get out, quickly. Fatty has never acted that way before, it's not like him at all. Still, his friend only wanted to help him, even if it was in an unexpectedly rough way. And Zack's the kind of person to constantly look forward in life, facing things head on. Something sounds fun, go for it. Something doesn't, leave it be. Life is as simple as that. Don't need to think about everything too much. Just be yourself. Thinking too much about stuff just makes it more complicated. That's the attitude he's always had, even if his peers keep mocking him for it. Looking back, he realizes his impulsive outbursts have hurt people he cares about. He wasn't completely unaware, otherwise he wouldn't have drifted away from the street life, but seeing himself now covered in mud, beaten and bruised on the ground, he's not the same student he once was. Maybe he ditched it all in an attempt to wash his hands clean, to run away from his problems so they wouldn't catch up to haunt him. But running away never solves anything. Zack is still a troublemaker who dislikes using his brain too much. But he didn't throw the first punch in this fight, the world did. Damn, this is so frustrating. His old voice cuts through the quiet night. He gives up on trying to move and he can feel something wet trickling from the corners of his eyes. Hang in there, fatty. For the first time in ages, Zack is filled with remorse, an emotion he kept buried for far too long. He knows exactly what he has to do. Get back inside that wicked building and get Fatty out of there. But his mind is blank. He's not used to thinking things through because it always seemed easier that way. He's been going through life on instinct for far too long. He needs help. Hey, are you still alive? Started by the boys, Zack attempts to find out where it's coming from, but his stiff neck still won't budge. Someone is approaching him, a man with a deep, powerful voice that Zack doesn't recognize. Who is he? Zack wants to answer the question with a question, but quickly scraps that idea. The man's voice sounds so self-assured and relaxed. It seems as if he knows more about what's happened here than Zack himself. His voice automatically commands attention. Zack feels a little better at the thought of not being alone, giving him some much needed energy. Would you like some water? Whoever is speaking doesn't wait for Zack to answer, or for him to muster up the strength to follow through with his own question. The sudden sensation of cold liquid against Zack's lips interrupts his train of thought. He tries to open his mouth a bit. It's easy to choke while drinking in his current position on the ground. Skill issue, but he doesn't care about that right now. However this man is, his arrival saved Zack's life in every sense of the word. Better? Thanks. You're welcome. I admire you, you know. You got a tough gaze. Would be a shame to let that go to waste. Waste? Don't worry about it. It's just a personal preference of mine. It's kinda gay. Letting something like that go would be missing a great opportunity. I don't understand what you're trying to say. If you want to reach your goals, no matter how unachievable they may seem, you have to change yourself. There are many opportunities for change, but there's always a high price to pay. If you want to change something, you have to take action. Hiding away in a corner won't do you any good. Hi, and thanks for the life advice, guy from the other case that saved Justin's ass. Seriously though, who are you? The man keeps rambling on while giving Zack some more water. Yeah, definitely the guy from the other chapter who I have no idea who he is really. After a long rest, Zack can finally see clearly again. Sort of, this is still kind of blurry. The man crouching next to him is pretty tall and imposing. Let's see how much you remember. There's something you wanted to do, right? Zack nods. No matter what this man actually knows, he is Zack's only chance. Whatever it is, you know you can do it alone. Zack nods again. He has to use his brain and his fist if need be, but he's afraid that won't be enough. This is his chance to ask for help, even if it means having to beg. But that isn't the issue here. As long as Fatty is trapped in that building, there are obstacles that Zack can't overcome yet. Zack doesn't say anything. He doesn't see the point in explaining everything to this stranger, who doesn't seem like he's ready to listen anyway. Ultimately, the question is, are you ready to make sacrifices to reach your goal? I mean, as in, you know, sacrificing yourself. Any reaction to that? Zack still can't make out the man's face, but he can hear him chuckling to himself. Something isn't right with this guy, besides his facial hair. It sounds as if the devil himself is whispering in Zack's ear, and every word he says is full of hidden intent. Zack doesn't know what that hidden intent is, but he suspects nothing good. That doesn't stop Zack from nodding a third time. I'd give it all up. Life only gives you one chance. Miss out on it, and it'll never come back. Rescuing Fatty will come at a high price, but Zack is ready to pay for his recklessness. If he never returns to his old life, then so be it. Boy, I don't know how to explain to you that your friend is a fish now. He's fish. Once you've been fish, you cannot be unfish, okay? He's fucked. The best you can do is give him like a painless death. The man's silence makes Zack uncomfortable. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. The only response he gets is from the falling leaves and evening breeze. The stranger's figure grows taller as the grass, as he I can't wait. As he gazes into Zack's eyes, he places the water bottle next to him and pulls something else out of his pocket. Is that so? Well, you'll find out soon enough. You want to do something about it all, why not start with the water? Those guys can't go a day without it. It's what gives them energy. Unfortunately, none of them are pure bloods, just have ass jokes. Why are you... Tell me this. Ah, good question. I wish I knew. Keep fighting, you hear? They don't take kindly to failures. No. Wait. Be more useful. Unless you're gonna appear in the next chapter and be more useful then. Also, I hope the next chapter is the one where all of the characters turn into cats. I found out that there's a chapter where all of the characters turn into cats, except maybe the store manager, but every other character, cat. Like literally just turn into cats. Like they're cats. They're literally cats. It's pretty cool. Those are the last words Zack hears before he passes out again. Ah well. What's on TV? Roller show is already ending. Looks like I missed it. I haven't missed the very last scene, but I'm just in time for the end song. Distance between us, it rips apart my heart. Your hands in mine, close your eyes, this emotion's just a start. Why are you watching anime? New here. Nothing new on the interwebs, thanks the Lord. I'm still angry about the fact that I had to read all of these. Fucking, what do you mean I had to read about gacha drama? If it is in fact Grand Blue Fantasia, which it seems to be Grand Blue Fantasia. I'm not even sure if that's how it's pronounced, because I don't play gachas. Let's see. Is there anything... Okay, this guy, yeah. Let's see. 16, male. Career bad youth. Come on, he's a high school student. I mean, he's right there. He's a high school student. Cecil's childhood acquaintance seems to be a delinquent outside of school. He has an odd personality. He was brought to Hermitage to do some bizarre encounters. In a sense, he may also have been a victim. He is literally a victim, my dude. Hi, you. No, seriously, your facial hair is terrible. Oh, and I can't check patties. Okay. And I guess there's nothing else. Okay. God forbid. Although I have to be thankful that I don't have to read gacha drama again. At long last, we finally found Zack in Nanshan Park. Cecile went through a lot of trouble to get him back to Hermitage, covered in mud. Poor Zack was a sorry sight. She even contacted me to put me on the phone in order to reaffirm her made-up story that he just had a little too much to drink. Even so, she told me that the taxi driver seemed suspicious until the very last second. But of course, it gets worse. Sitting on the couch, I tried to think of a way to get rid of the smell that keeps growing increasingly intense on the first floor. It's like a strong sea breeze swiftly carrying nature's majestic smell across the shores. That's how I would put it if I had to describe it in poetic terms. If you close your eyes, the salty smell might let you think that you're at the beachside, but sadly, this isn't a seaside resort. A harbor during peak fishing season would be a better comparison. Ew. Sorry, boys, I'll try to get everything cleaned up. Don't make any promises just yet. You know what you could do? I have the feeling 2 cans of mackerel could improve the air in here immensely. Whoa, you actually eat the stuff? Yep, I specifically ordered it online. I couldn't eat it in peace where I was staying before in fear of stinking up the place. I had to eat it hidden and hunched over in the server room all the time. That's the only place no one apart from me ever visited. Guess I'll have to buy a new school uniform. I've been spending way too much money lately. Girl, just put the thing on the washer with like some salt. Pro tip, if you wanna take away the smell of fish before you cook it, put it in salt water. Like, grab some salt, put that on water, wash the fish on the salt water. Also works with other kinds of like sea related foods, like, you know, the I can't think of the word. I can't think of the word in English. You know, like crabs, shrimp, mollusk in general. Like, if you have anything that is seafood, yeah, that, thank God, my brain actually worked. You have fish or seafood and you don't want it to stink up the place, wash it with like salt. preferably with salt water, but you can just like, you know, cover it in salt and then like, you know, wash it off, and that should clean the smell. So honey, you can just wash it off. You can wash off the fish smell, I promise you. Sorry about that. Zack is always extraordinarily honest in front of Cecile, probably because they've known each other for so long. He doesn't look too well. His shoulders are shaking a little as he lowers his head. Everyone came back in one piece, that's the most important thing. We'll talk about everything later. And the cleaning. You look like you're in pain. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine, just feeling a little groggy, but nothing a good rest won't fix. Honey, you probably should go to the hospital, just to get yourself checked. Please stop being so impulsive in the future. It won't fix anything, and there are people here who worry about you, you know? Justin points at Cecile, who smiles apologetically. Her hair is still a little wet. Nico told us that when she arrived at the scene, Cecile was covered in mud and dirt from head to toe, all from dragging Zack around. But she and Justin had to come up with a way to clean themselves up so as to not arouse too much suspicion. Zack's expression suddenly becomes more strained. I don't think it's just a matter of being groggy. Look at yourself. Hey, don't. Nico's eyes are venomous as she stands on her tiptoes and shoves Zack's shoulder aside to reveal the side of his neck. There are 3 white marks across his skin, each one almost the length of an index finger. The skin around the white marks is clear and looks like the kind of new tissue that forms after a burn. However, the texture of the white marks itself isn't comparable to a burn at all. It doesn't look like an injury, but rather... Have you turned into a goldfish? What a comparison. There's nothing wrong with these marks. I checked them and it's not like there's something strange growing out of them yet. Oh, hold on. Something strange? Care to elaborate? They're probably fish kills or something. My honest reaction to that? How can you say that without realizing how bizarre that sounds? The marks were already there the day before yesterday, but they were a lot smaller then. That's why none of you noticed, and just to make it clear, no touching. I saw something similar on Fatty's neck yesterday, but he was in worse shape than I am. His marks had cracked open and were oozing something pink. They opened up whenever he breathed. So, why the gills? What's the story? When I heard the strange chant in the building, well, I remember something. What happened in the park? Maybe the reason for my scrambled memory goes back to further than I thought. But are you serious? From what I've gathered, Cecile found you near the school entrance, right? Dad, what a mess. I don't even know what happened or what I did. But then these things appear on my neck. It must have something to do with whatever those guys were trying to do. You would do well to get a little more about what happens to your body. Just remember what happened to Fatty. That was a full-on transformation. Who says the same thing what happened to you too? But they didn't take him to the building like the others. That's hard to say. Huh? Let's go over everything again. Okay. Let's see. Memory of the last 2 days is very hazy and his decrease. There are 2 shallow white marks on Zack's neck, though according to Zack they aren't painful. Okay, that's probably one. Seem to conjure a certain this probably second. And no, okay. Anything holding Zack back right now? I think she's been through. And that, I don't know what happened. We may not be the only ones aware of these. Oh wait, the Yetsadur plans then? No, goddammit. Oh wait, the stranger guy. This then? I'm actually smart. I'm so smart. Sort of. Remember what Zack said? Someone strange spoke to him in the park. That's so. Well, you'll find out soon enough. Keep fighting, you hear? They don't take kindly to failures. The fact that the person who spoke to Zack found him at his hideout spot with ease tells us a lot already. Don't forget that he was nearly caught before Cecile stumbled upon him. You think that guy might have been working with the kidnapper who chased Zack around? Not necessarily. There has to be some kind of connection. From what he said, he must know something about what's going on. That's what makes his statement even more intriguing. What does he mean by failure? It's safe to say he's not talking about exams, though this hot-headed fool sure looks like he failed his fair share of those. Rude. The exact meaning is open for interpretation, but in the most common sense, it would mean a failure to meet certain standards. In other words, someone succeeded where Zack apparently failed, but at what? Maybe it's something about him being unable to say fatty? But that would imply that no one succeeded at all. His phrasing, however, suggests that someone did, so it has to be about something else. Maybe that he didn't transform like Fatty did? That's possible. Zack looks the same, apart from those gills, of course. Fatty turned into something almost unrecognizable, so there's a huge difference. The same thing was done to them, but the outcome was different. Fatty's kidnapping might have happened at a different time than Zack's. Jeremy only admitted to inviting Fatty along, and Zack wasn't able to reach Fatty that day. So they were both chosen as targets for different times. That could be it, yes. I think that maybe Jeremy thought Zack would come along willingly if they captured Fatty first. So Zack ended up hiding in the park, but things then took a turn for the worse there. He saw something that night that gave him a thorough scare. Bleh. I can't speak. Bleh. A possibility occurred to me. Zack always felt lucky to have escaped, but what if he was simply released after being kidnapped like a couple of others have and couldn't remember because he'd lost his memory? That's a theory. We can't rule it out. After being released, his scared mind tried to piece things together forcefully, but couldn't. That would make it less strange that the seal found him near the school's entrance. Who knows where they dropped him off. So, even though he's alive and kicking right now, he's been through hell and back? Well, he's not exactly kicking, but yes, that's the gist of it. That's terrible. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Worried, Cecile reaches out to put her hand on Zack's neck, but he turns his head away in embarrassment. I said he's fine. It was a little sore yesterday, but that's gone now. I guess whatever it was must have stopped. It didn't look like it stopped last night, at least to me. Maybe it just took a little while, or maybe it was that bottle of water. Water? What water? Cecile, do you see it? Sorry, it was really dark and I wasn't paying attention. It doesn't matter, we have more important things to do right now, don't we? I would say that thing growing on your neck is pretty high up on the list of important things. Yeah, becoming a fish person, kinda serious. Please, just this once, I really need your help. Zack's expression grows serious as he stands silently before us. He's looking directly at me, no longer trying to avoid eye contact. I know there's probably a lesson to be learned, and I know my actions might not have been the smartest. You can scold me all you want later, but Fatty's still in there right now, and I can't live with that on my conscience. In a sense, your recklessness could very well be one of the reasons he's in that situation right now. I know. He deserves a chance to vent his frustration on me. I think quite a few of us feel like we deserve that chance, seeing as how you're dragging us all into this with you. Like I said, please help me this time, and once it's over, I don't care about the rest. I'll be your punching bag for life if that's what it takes for you to help me. Okay, hold it right there. Time for a little more self-respect. It's hard to hear you speak as if you don't value your own life. I scratch my head and turn towards the door. Many things are still unclear and there's a lot left to do. There's no way of tackling the difficult situation ahead without carefully analyzing all the information. On top of that, I feel like I've heard that chant Zack described somewhere before. I'll have to look into that. Are you going downstairs? Yeah, there's books for me to read. Cthulhu books. This is obviously a Shadow over Innsmouth reference. There's fish people. Fish people. Fish people. It's like the basic element of Shadow over Innsmouth. Of course, don't tell me you can think straight without a abhorrent smell around you. Couldn't have said it better myself. I'm coming with you. Me too, guys. Wait for me. You're all just going to abandon... With an incredulous look on her face, Neko looks at us as if we're a bunch of headless chickens running right towards the concrete wall. I ruffle her hair and point a thumb down the hallway. Don't worry, Neko. He may smell like death, but we're going to save that rebel's life. He probably should take a shower. There has to be a bathroom in here. Can't he just take a shower? Preferably with all his clothes on. Fish people. Anyway, it's a good time for an intermission, I feel. So let's do that. I'm gonna go get myself some coffee, and then we'll be back, and then we'll continue dealing with fish people. I don't know how I feel about the fact that this is very clearly a Shadow of an Innsmouth kind of situation, because that's been done to hell and back, but well, it is Shadow over Innsmouth. He's pretty good. That's why he's been done to hell and back. I'm gonna get myself some coffee. I'll be back. I'll be right back. Alrighty, and back. Extremely sorry for the way there was a coffee incident. And by coffee incident, I mean there was an incident with the coffee. And by that, I mean there was coffee everywhere. There might have been a spilling of coffee that ended up everywhere, and I had to take care of that. Let's ignore that happened. Okay, let's see. What's new? Well, I might as well just go through the thing that I already read rapidly just to see if there's new text. Which I doubt, but just in case. You know, I had hoped that a history of cannibalism would mean anything in this chapter, but apparently not. As a prescription, this already read. This we also read. Tomb construction we read. This also we read. Oh. Oh, really? Oh, that's from the other case. That's weird that it... Okay, that's weird. You know, that it's... there again. That's a weird flag issue, I guess. This one. Self-analysis, self-evaluations, and cognition. Yeah, this also we read. Seven C's, we also read. Wait, no, we didn't read this one. I think. Wait, yeah. Just a transcript of it. No, wait, we didn't read this one. Which was yeah, the Great Mother. Description was some kind of omnipotent. Yeah, no, actually we read this one. Now think about it. One of the songs within the book sounds just like that a friend of mine had. The book mentions communities in which most fishermen are odd and inarticulate, and only their children sing these songs to strangers. You meet children who sing these songs make a quick getaway, because most of these communities are eager to increase their numbers, and they won't hesitate to forcibly abduct unfortunate travelers. The few abducted people that manage to escape usually come back in a state of extreme confusion, and with a newly developed fear of open waters. Understandable. Anthology of ballads. This is printed with cheap ink, like in the early days. The paper is yellowed, and a group of fishermen with harpoons are shown on the cover, struggling against a creature with tentacles. Hi, Cthulhu. Possibly. Although the book title implies that it is an anthology of ballads, it contains quite a few folk tales, many of them written in a somewhat non-formal way. This casts some doubt on the publisher's professionalism. Most of the ballads and tales in this book originate from coastal areas and contain knowledge related to the sea, such as how to determine the proper time for fishing and how to appropriately judge the weather in order to avoid danger. Okay. Each text is accompanied by a corresponding picture painted in an old-fashioned way by brush. They contain a variety of sea-related scenery, such as the view from a beach onto the ships out at sea. Some of these ballads describe rather dangerous situations similar to the one depicted on the cover. They also contain some information on how to handle these situations and deal with them in the safest way possible. It seems as if these sinister beings from the sea only appear at certain times. One ballad explicitly mentions the specific constellations in the sky. Once fishermen spot this particular arrangement of stars, they would do well to immediately head back to shore. Okay. These are Cthulhu stuff that we already read, so might as well just pass through them. Ah yes, the Call of Cthulhu, but it's with kitties. I'm assuming that's where that I'm gonna need this for the chapter where everyone becomes a cat. Okay, Cthulhu Mythos Volume 1. This we had. Volumitus Volume 2. I'm not sure if this one we read. Volume 2 of the Cthulhu Mythos, carrying on the style of the previous book, the cover depicts a scene from At the Mountain of Madness. It came out 1 year after the first volume's release, indicating that the first one sold very well. This book includes At the Mountains of Madness, The Shadow over Innsmouth High, The Rats in the Walls, and The Shadow Out of Time, stories about the ancient great ones and explorers caught in their incomprehensible schemes. And in the case of Shadow over Innsmouth, racism. Well, all of them are a little bit about racism. Shadow over Innsmouth is just the most clearly, obviously about racism. Like, the racism is so explicit, you guys. Like, I remember reading Shadow over Innsmouth and being like, oh god. Okay. Sure. Okay. Ah, well. Lovecraft, you silly, silly racist, you. Thank God he's dead. At the Mountains of Madness suggests that there are ice-covered ancient cities in Antarctica and that Shoggoths the Shoggoths living there, created by the Elder Things to be their servants, but they turn against their creators and kill them. The Shadow over Innsmouth tells the story of a young man who explores a strange seaport town out of curiosity. He escapes after discovering the villagers' horrible secrets, unaware that he is already one of them due to his bloodline. The terrible secret is racial mixing. Literally that's all it is. I'm sorry, the game brings Shadow over Innsmouth and I cannot stop thinking about how fucking racist that one story is. Like the entire point is how racial mixing is bad. That's the entire point of Shadow over Innsmouth. It's so fucked. It's so fucked, and that's so doubly funny fucked up considering fucking Lovecraft was, well, mixed. He was part Irish, which he felt made him unclean. So what, my dude, was that like a personal anxiety? Like, come on. Like, that man had issues, god. Beginning in the last part of The Shadow Out of Time, the lower left corner of the page has big black marks on it. They grow larger with each page, ultimately swallowing out the complete last page. The translator is still here, Yingyu. And Cthulhu Mythos Volume 3. It was only recently released and there is an image of Nyarlathotep on the cover. Hi Nyarli. Best villain in the Persona series. He's the villain for Persona, the two Persona 2s. Maybe it's just me, but it seems as if the myth of Cthulhu has become increasingly popular over the last few years. Why did people start pursuing these dark secrets even though they were obviously meant to be left alone? Because they're fake and who fucking cares? Like, the horrors beyond our imagination are probably slightly less terrible than what Lovecraft thought. That and capitalism. Like, there's capitalism, the horrors of capitalism, and then the capitalism horrors, and that's it. And they're probably less creepy than Lovecraft made them sound. Also probably slightly less racist. I would assume less racist. Pinkman's model, Nyarlathotep, The Outsider, The Dreams in the Witch House. This collection is more than the average reader can handle. There have been many times when I've seen someone on the subway reading a Cthulhu Mythos book, and some people even use the Necronomicon logo as an accessory. When reading these stories gradually convince people that they are true. What if they aren't fiction? I just want the world to remain a normal, sane place. Honey, there's fish people. It was never a sane place. Well, even if they weren't fish people, war still happens. People do terrible things to each other all the time. It was never sane, just slightly less terrible. So, you know. No name. An old notebook with no name on it. The notebook is about 2 fingers thick, with a leather surface covered in dirt. It looks like it's been in use for decades. The entire content of the notebook is written in German, and there are obvious traces that parts of it have been erased. Sorry. The author wrote down various formulas, instructions, and statements in a poem-like structure. The notebook really doesn't smell that good, but I can't tell what the stench is exactly. The horrors, the stench of horrors, you know? Migration and change of costumes. An understated academic report. Written by the Chinese-English bilingual title, it could very well be the result of a cross-border multinational academic study, especially given the names of the two authors. The researchers claim to belong to the French School of Advanced Studies in the Social Sciences, but the writing style and structure don't quite fit the characteristics of the institution. Also, the researchers don't seem to be well known in their respective countries. Putting aside these questionable factors, the report itself is rather exciting. Through extensive field research, the authors demonstrate the extent to which the various migration theories of the past fit into China's local context using a sophisticated and practical approach which is very elegant in its academic presentation. The author's arguments are actually quite appalling. They argue that had normal migration patterns have been followed, the south of the country would have exerted a greater influence on cultural traditions. In the fact they found state the exact opposite. After taking all possible reasons into consideration, same meaning, common assumptions are dismissed, leaving only one absurd possibility. In ancient times, at least 10 settlements in the south simply vanished, strongly diminishing the south's cultural sphere of influence. Even the authors themselves say they were highly skeptical of it all at first, but the study leaves no other possible conclusion. What if aliens, though? Romney said in his addendum that for the first time ever in social studies, he felt somewhat excited but also very frightened, suddenly uncovering the existence of imaginary numbers and tampering with history. Let's see, Waiting, a brand new bestseller. It has heavy paper and an exaggerated decorative cover. A new bestseller with a pompously decorated cover printed on thick, expensive paper. There's a huge list of names in the back of the book, showing how many people were involved in its massive advertising campaign. However, the content of the book itself is actually quite lackluster and cheap, the equivalent of literary fast food. The book emphasizes how the author relies on perseverance and sincerity to make progress and achieve his goals, but never goes into detail about what he actually does or what his thought process is when making decisions. When you try to ignore the constant boasting in this book, there isn't really any information as to how the author made his first successful financial ventures. Without his high seed capital, he would never have gotten to where he is now. Unlike many other supposedly rich people writing lifestyle guides and self-help books like this, he's very secretive and ambiguous about where his money comes from and how he got his big chance. It's a very sudden and unexpected rags to riches kind of story. That's probably how he managed to become so popular. People eat up this sort of thing. He's probably a nepo baby. Universal Root. If it's a person who is rich and you don't know how the fuck they could be rich because they're that fucking dumb, inheritance, nepo babies, they're all around there. Coffee. Let's see, the one in Fate, a rigorous local study. What appears to be a detailed local studies are carefully stapled together. Carefully, that's like the cover half broken right there. Even the care that went into it, is quite obvious that this isn't a proper publication. There is no publishing information whatsoever, and the quality of the print leaves a lot to be desired. Some letters are barely readable. The author seems educated in the orthodox social sciences. He carefully analyzes the evolution of the Wanyin concept in different regions based on local folklore. The author points out that because of the long-term influence of pragmatic folk traditions, the Wanyin concept has changed a lot depending on the region. Wanyin, I wonder, is that supposed to be Wanyin because the two eyes are together? Or would it be like Wanyin? Like, should I separate those two? Like, they're not separate. This is a problem of not knowing enough, like, well, enough any Chinese. I don't know any Chinese. It's a problem. I put myself in this position by playing things with languages that I don't know shit about. I hope I'm not reading everything terribly. When it is less impersonal than other deities, human traits are associated with her, and there are many legends of her walking among mortals, helping those in need. This makes her seem more real than other deities. That is why it is easy for people to associate new myths and tales with Yuan Yin and incorporate them into their existing fate. Many primitive concepts that should have long been forgotten were preserved because of this. Although it wasn't the people's intention, the core of these beliefs still lingers because of them. And Foreign Visitors, an old paperback novel. The cover is all wrinkled. An old paperback novel. The cover is all wrinkled. The meticulous binding shows that this is serious literature. The writing style is extremely long-winded and overly complicated. The sentence structure is quite strange, and you can tell just by looking at the text that the translator had his work cut out for him. Damn. That, for some reason, I feel like that's a little relatable to me. Mostly the part where the writing is terrible. Well, overcomplicated. That's me. That's just me writing. The main character of the novel is a man who shares his stories with travelers that occasionally stop by in a bar. The travelers are much more interesting and intriguing than the main character himself. The author never divulges their background, and it is up to the reader to decipher where they are from and what they do by how they dress, talk, and act. Among the travelers is a criminal who ends up in a long back-and-forth dispute with the protagonist, arguing over ethics, law, technology, politics, and other topics until the bar closes. These debates are very philosophical, and every single word carries an astonishing amount of meaning. Although the story apparently takes place at the end of the 19th century, the character's way of thinking is extremely progressive. The story ends with the criminal being shot by a detective who leaves an enigmatic message for the protagonist. Go home, take a nice bath, have a glass of whiskey, and forget everything you saw. Believe me when I say that trying to understand yourself 100 years from now will only drive you insane. Is that supposed to foreshadow something for the protagonist of this game? Is that supposed to foreshadow something? I'm just asking for a friend, and the friend is the player character. Just saying. Anyway, hi sweetie. How's shit going? How's your shit going after you almost, I don't know, died, became a fish person, one or the other? It really could be one or the other. Well, then let's get started. What exactly did we come down here for? Just talk? Yes! We're gonna do the most important part of detectiving. Reasoning. It's the most important part of detectiving. When you do the reasoning, and you collect your notes and come to conclusions and stuff. To analyze the situation as best as we can. You know how the saying goes: if you know the enemy and you know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Blindly rushing in there is a bad idea, obviously. We also need to get a good grasp of their movement and of their movement patterns why can't I say that word? And patrol. Isn't it patrol? I always forget. Is that accented or not accented? I hate the English language. It's so hard. Patrol rotations. We wouldn't want to run straight into their arms. Their patterns and rotations, we have to be honest with ourselves. We don't really know much more than the fact that there's something evil going on in that place. Yeah, and does it look like we should like walk in with swords or something? Come on, dude. Rescuing the people who are being held inside will be difficult. Could you two please quit your pessimistic attitude? If we think hard enough, we're bound to figure out a way to pull this off. You're right, we need to think this over until we've exhausted all possible ideas. If you ask me, there are two very important questions I should confess. Who exactly are they, and what are they trying to do? You know, fish people. What are they trying to do? Create more fish people? Technically. That's fairly obvious, isn't it? They chase people down, kidnap them, and then turn them into those nasty abominations. I've been seeing it with my own eyes. Should be enough proof, right? But do you know who they actually are and why they're turning people into those scary things? Excuse me. Into those scary things? Well, no, I don't, but why should I? Because the more we know about them and how they operate and what their intentions are, the better we can prepare and take them on. I'm proof of how big a role preparation can play in the outcome, as in, otherwise I would be dead. If the store manager hadn't found out how exactly that gargoyle's ability to fly worked, I'd be orbiting the air and space trash right now. What? Long story, forget about it, I'll pay you some other time. That brings us to the second question, and one thing's clear at least. We know where they're holed up. The better we know what exactly they're planning, the easier it'll be for us to find the right kind of distraction so we can sneak in. Am I right? Yeah, right, at least someone here makes sense. What's your take on all this? Let me think about it for a second. Okay, let's see. Failed transformation, the 7 C's, accidental Kirana, mutation change of costume, waiting, and wait. Okay. Second credit is probably unrelated. That's probably that one. It's probably the second one. I'm guessing the 7 C's one. No, okay. That can be right. So the place is his first hand insight should help us figure out more about the background. What they are doing is extremely unusual and unique. Approaching it from that angle might allow me to look for information in a more focused manner. Think outside the box. Okay, I have to think about it. I have to have thoughts. Oh no, that's terrible. I'm really bad at having thoughts. I mean, it's definitely something around here. Well, exactly are they? Oh, I'm guessing this one then. Oh wait, right. Okay, so I was kind of right, but also kind of wrong, I guess. Yeah, no, I guess I was kind of right but kind of wrong. In the sense that, yeah, no, it's the village stuff with, like, this, but it's also more closely related to, like, the whole sack situation, I guess. Like, that would make sense. Although it's weird that it starts with that and not just coming out with, oh yeah, they're one of those weird villages, okay. When, like, you also have clues for that. This can be considered a breakthrough of thoughts. We must limit ourselves to the concept of human morals and thought processes. If the perpetrators are human, we need to look at everything from a totally different angle. What's sitting in that building and what is their grand plan? Okay. But why would this group of people commit those crimes? I mean, now I'm a little more confused. Let's see. Well, the crime is probably completely unrelated. I wonder, is that the one that... Will that be the one that actually requires the stuff that I choose for the first one then? Like, will that be the one that works? I mean... I guess. But then the only thing that makes... Well, this list makes... This one makes less sense. I wonder. I'm so smart. Also, hello. I'm so smart. Anyway, guess what? Fish people. It's Shadow over Innsmouth all over again. I hate it. But first, I need to finish my coffee. Nothing like becoming an egg to finish my coffee. Literally, we're just having a Shadow over Innsmouth situation. Which is funny because the other day I watched a video about a eroge visual novel based on the Shadow over Innsmouth that was on the PC-98, and that's hilarious when you think about it. If my hunch is right, they are probably trying to create more of those things, increase the number of their companions, quote unquote. Companions, huh? I have to admit, Fuddy's transformation was a drastic one. He looked very different. Still, it was nothing compared to the thing that walks into the room later on. How come there was such a big difference? They probably can't afford to be too picky about their creations anymore. I have a transcript here. Is that chant that did a number on your mind the other day? According to the records in the book, the chant was recited by a group of very odd-looking non-humans. They are described as having an insatiable drive to increase their numbers by any means, though they eventually became largely extinct. They abducted innocent people, many of them returned, though in a traumatized and fearful state, missing their memories. Sounds strangely familiar, doesn't it? So you're saying that's who... Yep, not Fish Boy. Well, almost Fish Boy. This poor man, he was almost a fish boy. Imagine that. Imagine that. They are hiding in and operating out of that building using surgical procedures to forcefully transform people into their own kind. They even discard their failures without any second thought or attempt to hide anything, when it's only a matter of time until they end up on the law's radar if they keep it up. You know, that sounds like a lot of work when, like, in Shadow over Innsmouth you just had, like, the fish people committing sexual crimes, to put it politely. I mean, I'm sure some people were into doing it with the fish people, but for the most part it was just, yeah. And that solved all of the reproduction problems. Shadow over Innsmouth is so fucked up. I keep insisting, it's like the most racist thing that Lovecraft ever wrote. And he wrote so much racism all the time. No second thought, huh? You're right, they're working fast. There's been a huge spike in kidnappings in the southern parts of the city. We blank, cannot blank, accept. Hey, now this is a pretty sweet deal. You won't find another place around here as suited to your cause as this one. This has nothing to do with blank, does blanks. Or blank skill, blank technique, advanced, say blank, blank are unworthy. That's hard to believe in light of recent failures. Oh yeah, you're not going to treat them the same as us, are you? Everyone here seems to be local. There are never any new faces. You blank, talk blank a lot, blank, you play blank, blank with fire. I still don't know if this is supposed to be cursing or actually something that is not hearable considering, but I like to think that it's just really a really weird way to censor the cursing. Anyway, the prophecy is what it is, and it's up to you to believe it or not. It's been almost half a month since we've been the drug supplier for the we've seen this drug supplier from the Eastern District, and the Visionary Society members will be leaving the city soon. That should work in your favor. You'll stay on the path, won't you? Or have you lost the courage to do great things? Yeah, see, that sounds like a motherfucker to me. Judging from what's stuck here in that building, something must have pushed them to hurry things up. They are clearly willing to take far greater risks. They want to increase their numbers at any cost. Sounds like a war is brewing to me. Who knows? All I know for sure is that if we keep letting them operate, there will be more victims. This is tricky. If they're really working on such a major project, our chances are getting smaller by the second. Not much left to say, is there? You guys can figure it out among yourselves. I don't give a rat's ass about any of that. A rat's ass? That's my favorite kind of ass. That sounds incredibly out of context. I'm going to get Fatty out of there, with or without you. Are we ever gonna find out what his name actually is, or you still calling him Fatty? No? Okay. Zach, please don't. Forget it, it's against my principles to let those people go free. I mean... For real? Well, that's... thanks a lot. Now kiss. No need to thank me, just trying to do the right thing. Now let's think about our first step. You can exchange pleasantries after this is over, guys. We've got work to do. Actual work. Well said. I opened the notebook and pulled up the enlarged blueprint of the Sanjun building. It's very clear and concise information. I really don't want to think about how Neko got her fingers on it. Well, her hands, considering how tiny her fingers are, really. Since it most certainly involved hacking into some classified database. The print is small and it's hard for all of us to gather around and get a good look. A store so fashioned as Hermitage naturally has no large printer at its disposal. The others watch me without saying much. Neko frowns, but that's just her temper. She knows the situation and accepts it. This time around, our goal is simple. Enter the building and get Fatty out safely, even though he's already a Fibsh. Ideally, we can help free others that have been kidnapped. We may not be able to score them out personally, but maybe we can create a window of opportunity so they can escape on their own. We're outnumbered and the building is going to be packed with goons who won't be happy to see us. We don't know if there are more transformed people and what traits they might have, so our safest bet is avoiding direct confrontation. We also need to think about a quick escape route. I've seen how many of them there are with my own eyes. We really need to find a way around them. It's a difficult situation. We might be able to handle it if it's just them, but as soon as innocent bystanders get involved, the situation will turn chaotic in the blink of an eye. Huh? What makes you think that? Think about it this way, if it's only them, we can anticipate their actions. They work in secret, so they can't afford ending up on the front page of the newspapers. Also, they're fish, literally fish. You know how fucked up it would be if fish people ended up on the front page of the newspapers? They're fish. They're literally fish. That means they definitely won't chase us down the street or in the open, because they're fish. You're right, but those same rules don't apply to the gang members who keep swarming the place. I should go in on my own. I know how those guys operate. Also, you're here for a reason, right? Tend to stay out of sight. In that case, we don't want to draw any attention to this place. Take it easy, there's no need for you to turn this into a suicide mission. I'll find a way. Okay, but he wants to turn it into a suicide mission. I think we should let him. The main problem is getting out. Getting in through the restaurant is the easy part. Nothing but a few dumb thugs and cronies cronies there. Cecile helped me find their control room. I'll be able to do some jamming and provide support, but only if you don't get spotted, of course. Even if you only take Fatty with you, the trash chute won't be an option, not enough space. But if you take another way, you'll be spotted once you're on the ground level. Am I right? We need to think of a way to distract the people inside the building. Any ideas? Hey, how about we light a fire in the restaurant? Wait, what? Hearing such an idea from Cecile takes me by surprise too. Whoa, chill! I'm thinking that they may all rush the restaurant that way. Then we could use the building's back entrance to escape, along with everybody who's been held captive in there. Thing is, the way to the restaurant is the same we'd be using to take the building's back entrance. Too risky. And let's not forget that the restaurant is merely a cover, so who knows how effective it would be. Yeah, and if we go through with it, there's no quitting. We'll have to do better than that. Right. I'm serious. The building's overly complicated and weird structure is already going to slow us down to a certain degree. If we give them time to react, they'll have the chance to hide any evidence. We need to think big, something that catches them so off guard that they don't have any time to react. So you just want to rid them of any chance to kill all the flies with one stone. That's not really how that metaphor goes, but yeah, you get the idea. Okay, and what do you have in mind? A fire, a big one. You know, they wouldn't want the fire department snooping around their base of operations. It's not that easy to set a building on fire, and to make matters more difficult, there aren't many flammable things around that place. I'm familiar with your tactics, and I don't doubt for a second that you could pull it off, even if it's difficult to do. But let's not forget, though country taste is their place, there's a regular office space further up. You can't just burn it all to the ground. Oh, Justy, you big dummy. You're an adult. You should have learned how to use your brain by now. You little... Anyway, you're telling me you've somehow stumbled across miraculous alien technology that can set fires without causing any actual damage. I am, in fact, using my brain, but you're not making any sense. Now, Kiss. You want to use smoke bombs? I can see Justin is overwhelmed by Neko's intimidating assault on his IQ, and his brain is hard at work, so I asked Neko directly. Yes, finally someone who's on my level. There's no need to set an actual fire. It's enough to make it look like one to make the threat appear real. Even though smoke is visible from the outside, it'll only be a matter of time before someone calls the fire department. And while they're trying to figure out what's going on, there'll be enough time for us to go about our business undetected. It's a good idea, but one question remains. How do we get our hands on smoke bombs? No worries, I have my ways. I'm a criminal. Neko sighs. The situation right now calls for one of her smug expressions, but the look she gives us is the exact opposite. I can provide smoke bombs, but... Hey, why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Neko ignores Zack's panicked question to pose one of her own. Zack, how far are you willing to go to save Fatty? I worry about the way that you said that, girl. That gives me the worries, Neko. No offense, sweetie. Neko, sweetie, that gives me the worries. Just saying, sweetie. Night is falling. It's a warm and calming evening breeze, but it's hard for the three of them to relax right now because they're on a mission from God. Wait, no, that's the Blues Brothers. Nervousness lies in the air. Cecile stares at the narrow back entrance of the Sanjan building. It's an intimidating sight for sure, and one that makes it hard for her to gather the necessary courage. She still hasn't changed her outfit, a fact that could prove to be quite advantageous. People won't get suspicious of her too easily. Phoenix High students enjoy a good reputation, so even if she is out late, most people won't bat an eye. Appearances, along with the right arguments, can open many doors, something Cecile has learned from watching Scarlet, the master of trickery, work her magic. I miss her so much. She appeared for like one scene and I miss her. Scarlet! Come back! I hope she also gets turned into a cat. In the chapter where everybody gets turned into a cat. I still cannot believe that I found out that there's a chapter where most of the characters get turned into cats. I want to see that shit. I want to know how that happens, but also just want to see that shit. Sure, there's always a risk factor involved, but right now Cecile and Neko probably have the safest roles to play. 30 minutes ago, Neko sabotaged the control network responsible for the water infrastructure. By causing a small power outage, she has effectively cut off the building's water supply for the time being. Within 5 minutes, an anxious and impatient complaint call was made inside the building. Neko easily intercepted it, transferring it to Cecile shortly after. Before long, fake maintenance workers were dispatched. Although the call could pass for a regular complaint about an outage, the person placing the call was audibly anxious. This is a golden opportunity. Let's just hope nothing unexpected comes up. 2 minutes later. Oh no, something unexpected came up. Everything has been going according to plan up until now. Still, Cecile can't help but worry about the other's safety once they head inside as maintenance workers. Look, everything is gonna be daijobu. Everything is gonna go according to Kikaku. Kikaku means plan. It's not gonna go according to Kikaku, I know, but so. Country Trace and all of the other Country Trace and all other floors up to the 4th floor are being supplied by the same water company. The pipes are customized and specifically adjusted over a period of 3 months. One of the demanded specifications struck me as particularly interesting. They required the drainage pipe to be sufficiently salt resistant on the grounds that fish and other seafood produce wastewater with a really high salt content. Okay, that's hilarious, considering I mentioned earlier that one of the ways to clean off the smell of fish and seafood is to wash it in salt water. Because that's actually a good excuse. That's actually a real good excuse. I wouldn't say the produce is, wastewater is really high on salt content, but you do waste a lot of water, and salt water specifically, just washing it to make sure that it doesn't smell. So yeah, actually, not wrong. A regular restaurant would not have that high of a demand on a daily basis, and even establishment 3 times their size wouldn't ask for this kind of drainage modification. It's the first time I ever heard of something like this. So the demand on the basis of seafood wastewater is just a cover and they require it for other reasons. I got an idea. One that we can use to safely enter the building under false pretenses. Neko's intel suggests that the corridors inside are extremely tight, with windows that are never open. This, along with a lack of proper air conditioning, makes it a perfect spot for placing a device to generate smoke. Zack and Justin need to find a way to quickly get rid of, or at least lose the people escorting them inside. Afterwards, they'll need to split up and set up the smoke devices that Neko prepared previously, strategically placing them in a way that will quickly fill the corridors with an overwhelming amount of smoke. Neko didn't accompany Cecile, having set herself up in an adjacent building instead to observe the footage from the camera Cecile planted in the surveillance room. We're really like Ocean's 11 in this shit, huh? This whole approach is similar to the one she and Justin previously employed, and it allows her to quickly alert everyone by phone should she spot any sudden changes on the cameras. Although it's a good plan in theory, it doesn't reduce the danger Zack and Justin might have to face. Don't worry, they'll be fine. No one is gonna die, probably. Probably. Here goes nothing. Cecile hides in the shadows and quietly recites a small prayer for the safety of her friends. That's all you got? Seems unresponsive. Justin kicks the limp body lying in front of him casually. The waiter is lying on the ground, completely motionless. His face looks cramped and rigid, with strong, overly defined facial muscles swelling up underneath the skin. Him being unconscious makes it look even more bizarre. Justin can't help but think that it makes sense for such ugly things to hide themselves away in the shadows, far from the public's prying eyes. Something or someone has definitely changed these people. What exactly is going on here? Fish people, sweetie, fish people. That's what's going on. You know, fucked up fish people. Shadow of an Innsmouth, like I said it like 4 times already. Nobody with an ounce of entrepreneurial sense would hire someone like that as a waiter. Oh, come on, that's a little rude. That alone is proof enough that this guy can't always have looked like that. Now is not the right time to think about it though. There are much more pressing matters at hand that needed to be taken care of swiftly. The store manager sure has some effective drugs. Haven't seen anything work that well before. I think it's some kind of tranquilizer laced with small amounts of lilac grass. It smells strongly of alcohol. What do you guys usually use? Jasolam? What's that? I don't understand those pharma terms. I expected too much from you, my fault. That's sweet of you. Here, tie this up. Thanks. Now kiss! No, seriously. Come on. Put in the effort, guys. Zack faces Justin and shakes his sore arm. Handling someone who weighs so much more than you isn't easy. Still, this is only the beginning of the mission. Justin looks at the device tied to Zack's waist as he pulls out one of his own from his pocket. It looks like regular oxygen inhalation device, but the extra tubes have hastily bound to it with duct tape, and the strangely colored liquid inside don't exactly look inviting. There's no sugarcoating it. This thing is a dirty bomb, right down to the improvised fuse. Justin decides to take it away and hide it until the time comes to actually use it. I built some goodies for you. Putting on the fuse will cause a reaction in the tubes, generating gas that'll fill up the bottles. The interaction when they mix will generate heat, a catalyst to speed up the process. It's genius work, trust me. As soon as the pressure reaches a certain level, the solution inside will begin to react and create massive amounts of smoke at a rate you can't even imagine. More than enough to keep the people inside from finding their way out. Also, a little bonus by yours truly, the gas is tear-inducing. I remember hearing that those waiters inside have huge eyes, so that should definitely come in handy. Is that strong? How do you come up with it? I guess it could be considered just a little overkill. I found the instructions on some shady foreign site. If the mixture is off even the tiniest bit, there'll be a pretty huge chemical explosion instead of just smoke. Girl, you're gonna kill everyone. See, hearing stuff like that reminds me of why I always fail my chemistry classes. No sane person would ever think of handling something this dangerous. Oh, Justin, honey, you don't know how many people would be into handling that kind of shit. Sane? Of course, what I really meant to say was that it always depends on the person, obviously. That's the textbook definition of a really bad save right there. Anyway, I never usually consider using something this dangerous, but the situation calls for it. Do you have to go through a lot of trouble to make them? No, at least not in comparison to what you're about to do. You're the ones facing the real trouble. Huh? Do you know why I made the store manager send Cecile away before giving this to you? If she knew what this was, she would have never agreed to any of this. It's highly volatile in the wrong hands. Say, for example, in those of hot-headed young idiots who lack self-control. Ouch. I have feelings too, you know? Anyway, although the amount of smoke it produces is absolutely ridiculous, there's one major weakness. It doesn't emit smoke right from the get-go. There's a built-in timer. The first mixing reaction needs to be autonomously heated for 120 seconds to provide enough pressure. Any faster than that will result in the next thing being a straight-up explosion, but if it's too slow, the catalyst for the second reaction wouldn't be powerful enough. Before you pull the fuse, you've got nothing to worry about. Play volleyball with it for all I care, but as soon as you start mixing them together, avoid any bouncing, tossing, shaking, wobbling, whatever for 120 seconds, or you're gonna have fireworks going off right in your face. Meaning we have to factor in 2 minutes before we want to smoke out the place. Sadly, there was no other way. Nothing else is as effective and small enough for you to carry in covertly, so you'll have to work with it. I realize it might be difficult, but you'll have to find a way to protect it and hold out for 2 minutes. 2 minutes doesn't sound like a lot, does it? But suddenly it seems a lot longer to me than it should. I don't know, still better than 2 hours, so whatever. What's this sudden optimism? It's weird. Well, nervousness is really the only thing that could mess things up for us, and I kinda learned my lesson these last 2 days, you know? Makes sense, I guess. Make sure to stay alert. Justin checks his surroundings and peeks through the door of the water room. The water room is one place nobody would check. The corridor is empty and silent, no sign of life at all. Yo, Justy. I can't have you calling me that. That's reserved for girls and grandparents. What is it? Now kiss! I'm sorry, to me this is flirting. This is flirting to me. I don't know how this happened, but this is flirting to me. Heart to heart, bro. Why do you do this? Why are you so hell-bent on getting involved? You and the others? Oh, we're having a heart to heart. Yeah, that's gay. Ah, screw it. None of my business. You don't want to talk about it? Cool by me. It's not that. It's just hard to find the right words. The store manager told me about Cecile and what she went through, her torment, and how she almost fell victim to an otherworldly malicious creature. You know, the usual horrors. The things Cecile saw and experienced made it clear to her that more trouble would follow. She also seems to care about you, so her involvement in these doesn't come as a surprise. That girl, even though I haven't seen her in 2 years, damn, that's sweet. I'll leave that to you to figure out. I couldn't possibly understand how your mind works. Anyway, it's a similar case with Neko. She and the store manager share a lot of history, and from what I know, she's been through a lot. She knows the stakes, that's why she's worried and wants to help. Sounds like heavy stuff, huh? I get why there's no time for details right now, but I'll have to ask the others about it once we're all back at the store again. They had it rough. Trying to save others just as much as they're trying to save themselves. So, what about you? Are you in the same boat as them? I am now, but you're right, I do have my own reasons that drive me. Personal ones that I wouldn't expect you to understand. Is that so? Now kiss! Kiss! Kiss. Zack's expression becomes uncertain. It's a bad idea to dwell on the topic any further, not right before such a crucial moment. Just know that right now, those guys are the best to have in your corner. I trust them with my life. So, do you want to do this or wait around some more? Alright then, let's go. We got a packed schedule tonight. We sure do. Let's make the best of it. Forcing himself not to look back, Justin pushes open the door alongside Zack and steps into the dark, quiet corridor. Darkness stretches out in front of him, with only a faint overhead light illuminating the hallway. Zack's mind flashes back to what happened yesterday. In crucial moments like these, it's smart to try and suppress your own thoughts and fears as best as you can. Sadly, it's never that easy. Yo, Neko, Justin. The connection to Neko immediately cuts out upon entering the corridor, way too foreboding for Zack's taste. There's no other way of establishing contact. Zack pinches himself to regain his focus and to rid himself of some of the worries that are plaguing him right now. Maybe there's someone or something waiting in the dark, maybe there isn't. No matter what, being prepared is of the utmost importance. Zack knows exactly what he's doing and what he came here for. Click. Just like that, the door to that twisted maze of unknown horrors opens. Oh, Really? I actually get to move? Okay, this is an interesting change of gameplay. I wasn't expecting this. What? I sincerely was not expecting this at all. Like, I'm a little confused. Like... I mean, okay. Let's just go. Okay, let's examine the door. It's locked. Uh-huh. It's also locked. The door is closed, but there's a small set of keys by the door handle. Oh, that's useful. He inspects the room again. The interior has been restored and all of the furniture has been moved back to its original position, as if yesterday's fight never happened. Zack is frustrated, but at the same time he realizes that finding Fatty in this room might not actually have been a good thing. Zack takes the keychain by the door. Two keys are attached to the slightly rusty metallic ring. Better take this along, it might come in handy. I wonder, doesn't seem right. Okay. Zack inserts the key that he found, but it seems to get stuck about halfway through. Looks like this isn't the right key for this door. Okay. Okay, this is the same. Okay, so there's only one more door around here. It seems to be the right place. Zack inserts the key he found and opens the door. Justin is lucky enough to not have run into anybody along the way. He has spotted a few cameras while sneaking about, but luckily they aren't being controlled by a childish master hacker. By now, his trust in Neko has reached immeasurable heights. It's almost too quiet here. Ah yes, it's quiet. Too quiet. A strange silence is covering his surroundings, and even the echo of his footsteps sounds unusually dull. Justin suspects that the entire floor is insulated, but he has no way of confirming that right now. In any case, the plan remains the same. Justin walks on and carefully runs his hand along the wall to maintain a sense of direction. Oh, we're also doing this with you. Okay. It's locked. It is absolutely massive, and Justin has never seen a keyhole shaped like that before. He tries to probe the lock with his wire, but he can't feel anything. As he takes a closer look at the keyhole, he can see a lot of dust gathered around it. He puts some on his finger and analyzes it carefully. Yeah? It's dust from wall plaster, like the ones around this room. How come there's so much of it on the keyhole? There really shouldn't be. Since he's dealing with shady people, he realizes they might have something to hide. He could be hidden in a nearby wall. Without the matching key, there's no way to open the door, no matter what. It's an ordinary wall. Wait. Ordinary wall. Ordinary wall. It's also locked. Oh wait, that was different. Let's see. You just... Oh, god damn it. I thought that it was the same dialogue and then I realized it wasn't. I'm an idiot. Ordinary wall. Oh. This wall sounds slightly different when you knock against it. Huh? Yeah. Something's hidden here. Oh, okay, so I'm guessing the two surrounding ones. Like, since you have a space that has to be like empty, like all of that section is empty. Well, empty. It's probably like wall, a space, and then the wall again to, you know, cover the hole that should be there. Justin slides his hand along the wall and finds a slightly elevated rough edge. It's a relatively simple secret compartment underneath a piece of wood covered in wall plaster. From the shape of it, it's made to conceal longer objects. There's no such thing inside, though. Instead, there's a small key and an old notebook that, by the looks of it, must be pretty old. There isn't enough time to read it now. Justin takes the old notebook as well as the key with him. Okay, let's see. Seems to be the right one. The key from the hidden compartment fits perfectly. Justice pushes open the door and enters the room. This is another key in the cupboard. Justin takes out the key he has in his pocket and compares the two shapes. They probably use the same lock cylinder configuration, but are clearly of a different make. And to hope I can have a look. Wait, I might not have this. Okay. That's weird. You didn't tell me if you took it or not, so I was a little worried. Okay, let's try again. That was it. Right. Key. The key from the hidden compartment fits perfectly. Justin pushes open the door and enters the room. After entering the room, Justin instantly notices how cramped and tight everything is. This room appears to be much smaller than the other one. Judging by the design, this one should be bigger. Wait, is it? As he expects, a small door is embedded in the wall on the eastern side of the room. Like the paint on the wall, it appears to be much newer than everything else around it. They've separated this room from the others, but why? For reasons. Justin is mystified, but the investigation has to continue. He takes out the last key he hasn't used so far and slides it into the keyhole. Smooth as silk. Justin gently pushes open the door and heads further into the dark unknown. Another room with something going on inside, an unexpected turn in events. Fish people! I knew them. Like, that they would be here. I knew them. Well, I've seen them also, I don't know them personally, but I knew they would be here. Justin is taken by surprise, but luck is on his side. There's only one person who is asleep by the door. Justin slowly and carefully sneaks up to him and immediately notices the unusually ugly and deformed face. Oh, come on, don't be rude. They're just fish people. Evil fish people, but fish people. The outline of his body looks off, with only bizarre, non-human contours visible in the dark. His features are distorted, with every facial muscle much more dominant than in a regular human. His eyes are bulging as if trying to escape their sockets, and upon closer inspection, Justin notices a pair of fish gills undulating beneath the man's ears. You know, fish people. This hybrid of fish and man is somehow not as strange a sight as fantasy literature would have you believe. Quite on the contrary, the combination actually looks weirdly harmonious. How can that be? This revelation only unnerves Justin even more. Such crude, abnormal hybrids and combinations of things that aren't meant to be mixed can easily provoke fear, or make one aware of one's own physical inferiority. These feelings, however, pose no problem for Justin, who has learned from past experiences not to let something like that get to him. Are you jealous of the fishman? Are you jealous of the fishman? Dude. There's something similar on Zack's neck, and Justin can only hope that the white marks are really evidence that the change has been reversed without any further consequences. Justin reaches into his pocket and pulls out the tranquilizing mixture the store manager prepared for him. He holds it close to the dozing fishman's nose and watches as the smoke slowly rises up and seeps into his nostrils. The snoring grows louder. How do fish snore? How would fish snore? Like, that's an actual question. How? How would they do that? The fisherman's breathing becomes deeper and more intense. His large body's need for air is immense, a law of nature even his strange deformities won't change. Justin cowardly walks up to the window and pulls open the curtain on one side. A residual ray of the setting sun shoots straight into his eyes, an unexpected and dizzying shock for his senses in an otherwise almost pitch-black environment. A soft breeze from the air vent above him blows through Justin's hair, unconsciously causing him to relax. Justin gives a quiet and relieved sigh, feeling as if luck is finally on his side for once. Shortly thereafter, he pulls out the smoke bomb and prepares it carefully. Alright, that's done. Fish people, talk like fish, move like people. Wait, no, it was move like crab, talk like people. God damn it, I can't even remember that one. Who are you? Oh crap. What Zack sees after opening the door makes him gasp and shudder for a moment. Oh, we're getting a CG for this one. At first glance, it looks like an actual hospital. Countless beds are neatly arranged next to one another, with their white sheets shining particularly brightly in the dim moonlight, making the whole thing even more creepy. IV bottles are dangling from the side of each bed. Do they call them bottles in English? Like the IV thingies? I never heard, like I mean, it's a bag. Wouldn't it be a bag? Whatever. The liquid inside of them has a strange color, although barely visible in the dark. The sheets on the beds are bulging, and it's not hard to imagine what's hidden underneath. The smell of salt lies in the air, and Zack's stomach turns at the realization of what the custom pipe modifications in the building were required for. Even though he's had it hard in life, he can't help but think that all these people lying here are so much more unfortunate than him. Zack quietly walks past the hospital beds, the heavy breathing of the patients audibly all around him. Their skin has a sickly moist sheen and almost seems to be dissolving. Ew. As the liquid drips and courses through an unconscious man's body, Zack starts panicking a little, bothered by the fact that what he is witnessing right now are many lives about to end forever. He's reminded of Fatty. These people are clearly undergoing some sort of transformation, gradually being turned into something non-human. The crowded, tight space, in addition to the darkness, makes the room stretch out to what feels like infinite dimensions. He can't see where the room ends, and he can't stop thinking what life will be like for those people once the procedure is finished. Zack was confident that if Justin's endeavor turned out to be a success, he could sneak Fatty out of the building on the cover of the smoke. However, seeing all these people here and the sheer number of them, his optimism in the mission is shattered. To say one or all, proceed as planned or face the unknown and all the consequences that come with it. It's hard for Zack to think about that. Either way, lives are at stake. To hell with it. If we go down together. Zack doesn't want any lives on his conscience, a thought that drives him forward. A small-time thug who's not even sure how the hell he managed to survive himself so far. How could he possibly know how to reverse these transformations? If these people could be freed, where could they hide? Zack's mind is racing and he isn't coming up with any answers. The one thing he knows is that once everything is covered in smoke and the firefighters arrive, he won't be leaving this place by himself, that's for sure. The tear gas effect of the smoke might cause problems later on, but ultimately it won't matter if the gang members are knocked out or discovered by the firefighters. Both outcomes will have the same result. There's no clear answer to this. Some things can be pulled off and some can't, even if you do your best. It's that simple. Zack inhales deeply and opens the window on one side. The cold wind dries the sweat covering his face. He's already convinced he'll regret his decision. A life of mistakes has taught him that, and he knows he's diving straight into the unknown, headed for an uncertain future. However, he's also fully aware of what he's doing. Sorry guys, but this is me and this is what I'm good at. Taking one last deep breath, he starts banging loudly against the door. Yo, everyone! Wake up! Wake the hell up! You hear me? Wake up! The real adventure is only just starting. God fucking damn it, Zack! Holy shit, what does that fool think he's doing? My honest reaction to that? The sounds coming from above pull Justin up short. This isn't part of the plan. Justin can hear Zack shouting in the distance. They are right in the middle of a hornet's nest. What does he think he's doing, drawing so much attention to himself? The only plausible explanation Justin can come up with is that Zack has finally lost his mind. Hey, what's up with him? He's blocked his entrance with a hospital bed and is piling up boxes on the other side. Everyone's gotten up from their beds by now. Many have vanished and a few are helping Zack move things. He hasn't deployed the smoke plug yet, but hell, I'm too far away to clearly make out what's going on. What is that idiot doing? Is he trying to make himself available for target practice or what? How am I supposed to know? Although the decision is undoubtedly stupid, Justin is starting to understand Zack's reasons. With the corridors and passages throughout the building being as tight and narrow as they are, you have to make sure to keep the path clear in case of an evacuation. Sealing off and controlling an intersection means you can prevent people from escaping without a lot of effort. That being the case, it would be best for Zack to be the one in control. He could take care of all the bad guys and then safely get out once the smoke dissipates, which is why he needs to attract as much attention as possible. It's a surefire recipe for chaos, that much is clear. Saving so many people at once is only possible if the enemies are scattered and their positions disrupted. That's pretty typical for Zack. Nobody else at Hermitage would have ever come up with a plan that is reckless, and even if it would have been discarded quickly for being way too dangerous. Because everybody else has common sense. All of this might even help Justin complete his task. With nobody there to interrupt him, smoke is already spreading through the room. Everything is working as intended, just as Neko promised. The sheer amount of smoke is a clear indication that something big is about to go down. If there ever was one last chance to abort and withdraw, this is it, but Justin has no intention of quitting. Neko, how many of them are there? What can I expect? 3 guys and a couple of the big ugly ones coming from downstairs on the west side. I can't tell you much more. I don't know what else is going on inside. Roger that. Easy it is then. Hold it right there, smartass. Where do you think you're going? Easy the other way. Yeah, I know. You guys are simply... you know what? I don't care. Whether you come out or not, I'm going to have Silco 911 eventually. There's no way around it. It's better to be caught alive than to be found dead. I know, it's fine. Fucking incredible, they're all idiots. Justin shrugs upon realizing that Neko must have hung up, then he ventures further down into the shadows of the hallway. Alright, now to find a way to push on further. Zack wipes some sweat off his forehead. The situation is still under control, with the east entrance tightly blocked off. The heavy beds, used as an improvised blockade, are holding up nicely under the pounding and pushing coming from the other side of the door. Amidst the knocking, occasional curses and swears can be heard, but luckily it takes more than foul language to break through a barrier this robust. Zack only hears one voice beyond the door, so the other knocks and pushes might be coming from more of those hybrid creatures. They may or may not have been brainwashed, but that doesn't really matter at the moment. The only thing for certain is that they are posing a great threat. They can't just keep at it. Even Zack has known from the very beginning that this one door probably won't be able to keep them out forever. Zack has some of the victims who have been experimented on to thank for how robust this impromptu barrier has turned out. Shortly after waking up, they quickly help Zack erect the barrier, moving about the heavy hospital beds. They have been caught in an unfortunate predicament, true, but in this case, at least their physical superiority has come in handy, allowing things to be moved that Zack would never have pushed into place on his own. Man. More and more of them are waking up every second, many rattled awake by their fellow companions. The smoke Justin has created below only accelerated the process, even though only a fraction of it has made its way through the air vents. So far, the smoke is causing many who just woke up to cover their mouths and wave their arms in an attempt to disperse it. Their moist skin seems to be particularly sensitive to the chemicals, as many of them can barely keep their eyes open and are breathing heavily, wheezing with discomfort. Even under such circumstances, these people are listening to Zack's orders and holding their positions, fiercely pushing to keep the door closed off. Man, I can't believe we're just getting help from fish people. Nah, I guess it'd be like that. Something, it'd be like that with the fish people. Zack is inspired by their will to survive and grateful for their assistance. Yet he can't help but notice that his pal Fatty is nowhere to be seen. Maybe Justin has already found him. With no way to get in contact with Justin, Zack is hoping for the best. You better be out there somewhere. Be smart, Fatty. Worrying about that now is useless, especially with more pressing matters at hand. There's increased commotion on the east side, with more footsteps quickly approaching. 4 of them. 4 men to be precise. On the east side, the regular footsteps are intermingled with the nasty sound of heavy, sticky footsteps. Must be around 3 of those things. The wall is also being hit with a metal object, most likely some sort of steel rod or knife. Really using a knife for a wall? Come on, dude. A crowbar, yes. But a knife? Come on. A pipe, even. Not a knife. Things could be worse, but really not a whole lot. They're here. Zack and his newly found companions clench their fists in anticipation. The tension reaches new heights. They really are still human. Zack feels a lot better about his decision than himself. The sound of bodies tackling the doors ring out from both sides at the same time, but Zack knows the situation on the other side is under control. The door on the west side hasn't been fully blocked. Instead, they deliberately left just enough space for the intruders to break through. He's already pulled the fuse on the smoke bomb. In just 2 minutes, everything will start filling up with smoke, causing a big enough commotion to enable an escape from the building. The alerted enemies have to be cleared. The activated smoke bomb has to be protected at all costs. It's a pretty bold plan, and in order to get everyone out of there safely, Zack has to win a lot of time and delay the enemies. It won't be easy. Oh, okay. Oh, this is I'm scared. I'm scared. You're gonna make me put people in positions, and that worries me. Okay. Zack and the people trapped with him, who are in good physical condition, hide in a small corner of the room next to the west entrance. It's a strategy he picked up in street fights. There are always spots where the enemy will look last when rushing into a room while filled with adrenaline. Break the line of sight and attack from the back in an unexpected moment. That's Zack's plan. Many of the people he woke up have completely exhausted themselves already, leaving Zack with just 2 companions who still have enough energy left to fight. Every forceful push and knock against the door makes it clear to Zack how much stronger the enemies are physically. This isn't a fair fight, and one that can only be won by employing cheap and dirty tricks. A good thing he knows a thing or two about that. He would have liked to be better prepared, but things are the way they are. They'll have to make do with what they've got. Just as Zack expected, the blockage gives way under the repeated impacts. The door slams open violently. One of the cabinets flies through the air with such force that it almost hits Zack, who is laying in wait for an ambush. He takes a good look at the enemies, even though deep down in his heart, he's afraid of what he might see. They seem to have evolved even further. They are not like the ones who help him. They're ugly, twisted, primitive, and are exuding a vile aura of evil beyond anything words can describe. It's the Phoebes people. Four of them rush into the room. Only one of them is about the same size as Zack. The others are much taller, stronger, and can barely be considered human anymore. In an open fight, Zack and his two remaining companions would most likely draw the short straw. Still, Zack keeps a clear head and reminds himself of his objective. He firmly plants his feet on the ground and punches forward to attack. Okay. Huh. Okay, how do I do this? Kinda creepy that the game decided to just, you know, cut off the music. I mean, the human and the other guy are the closest to the bomb, which is what I'm supposed to go to protect, so I might as well attack the human then. It's a little ironic, but the human seems to be an obvious choice. Attacking someone on his level seems to be the smartest decision, and he's probably the target most likely to be taken out by a single precise blow. Who knows what he has planned or what will happen after he spots them. It's best to take him out quickly and get to the root of the problem rather than regretting a missed chance down the road. Zack swings a makeshift iron crowbar made from one of the IV racks at the back of the enemy's head. Ooh, that's gonna kill him. His swing doesn't connect. God fucking damn it! The enemy sidesteps it as if he has eyes in the back of his head. That's bullshit. What do you mean? It's an IV rack. Come on, you piece of shit. He stumbles a little as a result of his evasive maneuver, but avoids the attack. How did he know? Did he discover the ambush straight away? Zack's mind is racing. Zack knows there won't be a second chance for another sneak attack like this. God fucking damn it. Ah. Go to hell. Immediately following Zack's attack, his two companions go on the offensive as well. They rush toward the tallest and largest enemy in an attempt to keep the ground at bay. The attack is a success, although the large creature manages to shake off one of Zack's companions. The combined force of their attack causes the creature to lose its footing. Zack's other companion instantly sees an opening and takes advantage of the situation. The two heavy bodies fall to the ground with a loud thud and twist up in a ball, violently entangled in a fight. Okay. After being taken by surprise, the enemies are now more focused and aware. The battle is far from over. The enemies have analyzed the situation and the tide is turning against Zack. The enemies are on high alert and more agile than expected. Zack is unsure if he can move around them and escape their watchful eyes. Oh shit, it's you. Oh, hi Jeremy! Weren't you supposed to have no ears? Whatever. The other enemies have collected themselves and gotten back up. Jeremy and Zack both exclaim at the same time upon realizing who is standing in front of them. It's not really a surprise. Zack has already been expecting this deep down. If anything, this only serves as final confirmation. Jeremy seems furious, his whole face is contorted by his angry expression as he spits on the ground. Ooh. You don't have to groan like that. Just a fool who unlearned his lesson. What the hell are you doing here? Take a wild guess, idiot. Ah, screw you. There's no time for nonsense. Three enemies have sneakily split off from the group and are now surrounding Zack and his companions. With the brawl on the ground still going, it's 3 against 2 at the moment. Zack bites his lip and tries to think about his next move. He has to find a way out of the corner, but first he has to deal with the current onslaught of enemies. Accompanied by 2 accomplices, Jeremy seems intent on making it as hard as possible for Zack. One of the creatures stands right by his side, its empty, cold eyes staring dead ahead at Zack. Another opponent tries to intervene in the tussle on the ground, but Zack's other companion steps in and does his best to hold the line. So this is what it's come to. The current stalemate won't hold for long, so Zack doesn't have a lot of time to plan and prepare. At last, he decides, let's see. Focus on defending against the medium-sized monster, focus on defending the smaller monster, focus on against the larger monster. Ugh. I guess the medium... Like, these two are gonna be too occupied with me, and this is the one that is closest to noticing that this is here. I might as well take his attention by keeping him occupied, I guess. Zack turns his body sideways towards the medium-sized monster, anticipating its attacks and looking for possible counter opportunities. The enemies are now moving quickly. Focusing on their strength in numbers, Jeremy and one of his companions are swiftly moving towards Zack, trying to corner him. Whatever that means. A punch. It all happens in the blink of an eye. Zack barely registers a faint shadow moving at high speed. Luckily, his head is protected, leaving no weak spots exposed. The only right decision, without a doubt. Although a sharp pain is running through Zack's arm, he manages to deflect and bear the brunt of the attack with sheer physical force and willpower. Things are only going to get worse from here. You guys are so annoying, by the way. The small monster is caught in a fighting frenzy, unfocused on where it's aiming and swinging around wildly. What are you looking at? While Zack is distracted, Jeremy senses an opening. He runs up and tackles Zack into the wall. Ugh. Despite having about the same level of physical strength, Zack is taken by surprise and overcome by the sheer ruthlessness of his enemy's attacks. Jeremy holds Zack up against the wall with an iron grip, grabbing him by the neck and shoulders. Zack is unable to move, and the few punches and kicks he manages to throw aren't enough to make Jeremy loosen his grip. But Jeremy is so focused on his vicious attacks that he doesn't even realize he's standing in the way. Zack's strong companion dodges the monster's attack by stepping back while throwing a punch at the same time. The punch itself doesn't cause a lot of damage, but its impact is enough to make the monster topple, allowing Zack's companion to reel back and position himself on top of the enemy. That's what she said. Because of the difference in size, the monster is unable to free himself. Through smart positioning and by using every available opportunity, the weaker side in this fight is still able to pin down the otherwise stronger one. It's a fierce struggle and there's no telling how long it'll take before things might suddenly switch around. The monster thrashes around violently and hits the floor repeatedly. There's another fight going on where two bodies are still running around on the floor, each of them trying to gain the upper hand. Zack's young companion tries to choke the taller monster, but is grabbed by the wrist. Neither one wants to show weakness and admit defeat. Huh. Oh. Well, that's a change. A little over 40 seconds have passed. The struggle continues and the group brawl rages on. Zack is worried, for he knows exactly that as soon as there's a shift in the power struggle and an opening is created, the rest of the fight will be over in a matter of seconds. Yeah. The enemy is overwhelmed by the attacks, which are fueled by the taste of a possible victory. It can't keep up the resistance for long. Unable to catch a breath, its defense crumbles. At least that vicious battle has been decided. Zack's companion barely manages to stand up and is breathing heavily, while the monster is laying on the ground unconscious and foaming around the mouth. His companion is bloodied and bruised, but one of the enemies is down for good. Oh hi, small monster. Zack observes how the small monster takes several steps back, distancing himself from the messy group brawl. This is bad. It hurts a lot. The opponent uses an opening to its advantage, and flexes its bulging muscles. What is this? The road to Canada? Where you have to like win a bodybuilder match? As a consequence of a swift, hard kick, Zack's companion is unable to restrain the monster any longer and is pushed away. The large monster gets up and catches its breath. There's an opportunity for it to get a few punches in, but it's still too exhausted from the previous struggle. The numbers aren't on Zack's side any longer. He has to avoid any further defeats if he wants to have a realistic chance at getting through this. Zack grins... Sorry, that was my mistake. Zack grinds his teeth, clenches his fists, and rocks his body back and forward all the momentum he can gather. Jeremy can react in time to this unexpected, almost self-destructive behavior and plunges his fist directly into the hard wall. Going on the offense works out very well. Zack instantly seizes the opportunity and pushes his arm forward, thrusting Jeremy's hands aside. He firmly plants his feet on the wall, then launches himself at Jeremy with as much force as he can gather. As far as spatial awareness and actual fighting experience are concerned, Zack still has the upper hand. Jeremy jumps back to avoid Zack's powerful leap, which causes the two to switch positions. It's 3 versus 3. Okay. 1 minute has passed. Although the numbers have evened out, the situation still doesn't look good. The good news is that the most powerful enemy is down, taking one of the biggest risk factors out of the equation. Zack's ambush has been successful so far. Intelligently maintaining control over the enemies and their position is of the utmost importance, especially when there's an obvious difference in strength. Both sides take a moment to regroup. Everybody's hurt, panting, and checking themselves for injuries, with a fierce fire still burning in everyone's eyes. In a movie, these scenes would have probably looked funny, but there's nothing to laugh about for anybody involved in this mess of a fight. Zack knows he can expect them to suddenly back down. He might be a poor judge of character when it comes to social interactions, but in a fight, he's really good at knowing what's going through his opponent's minds. They've lost their strongest fighter, even though they had the upper hand. Jeremy's got to be nervous, but at the same time, he probably knows that it's impossible for Zack's team to have another ambush laying in wait. All the cards are on the table now. Zack can only hope for the best. He commences another attack. Having changed position, Jeremy is no longer going for Zack, but heads for Zack's younger companion instead, who's still severely exhausted from his previous fight. The other two enemies step in and keep their eyes on Zack. One of them goes straight for Zack, while the other seems to focus on the weapon Zack is holding in his right hand. Zack decides to protect the strong companion, focus on defending against the small monster, and focus on defending against the large one. I mean, I'd rather not lose another person in the middle of combat, so if I can't get away from these two and actually protect you, that might be the smartest option. In order to have a chance at turning the tide of battle, Zack does what he can to protect his team. Zack gives up his better defended position and instead chooses to move to his young companion's side, ready to intercept Jeremy's attack. Stop groaning like that, it's a little unnerving, just saying. I know that you're fish people, that's how you communicate, but still. The small monster suddenly starts making strange noises and disappears off to the side, seemingly unsure about what it actually wants to do. Yeah, my honest reaction to that? Jeremy pulls out a short, shiny weapon. At first glance, it looks like a spring knife. A knife like that is particularly dangerous in close-quarter fights, where its short range isn't an issue. It's still more than enough to cause vital injuries. Without saying a word, Jeremy steadily advances towards Zack, making his way through the crowd. Zack knows exactly what Jeremy's thinking. Go straight for the leader, take him out, and it'll all be over. Jeremy lifts his arm in an arc to slash downwards just with as much speed as he can. Zack is prepared and anticipated Jeremy's move, so he manages to swing his weapon upwards, hitting Jeremy before he can attack. There's a painful sensation in his wrist and it feels numb, but there's too much adrenaline rushing through him right now to care about that. The two monsters are rapidly advancing and already closing in on him. Zack twists and turns his body to go with the flow of the enemy's attacks, adjusting his stance to counter. His enemy is to focus on one thing, disarming Zack. Unable to quickly adapt to the change in his stance, it misses Zack and runs past him. The other opponent is much less focused, with no clear plan, only intent on causing damage by whatever means available. It is at its height to its advantage and smashing its fist down on from above, scraping Zack's ear. Zack's strong companion wants to run up to help, but slips and falls in the process. Yeah, I'm honest reaction to that. Zack's shoulders are struck, pushing him down and twisting his body around. Zack's whole body feels numb and he's completely weightless for a second. If the angle had been just a little different, Zack's neck would have snapped and his head would have been rammed straight into his chest. The force of the impact is too strong and Zack can't hold onto his weapon. It's flung through the air and rolls off to the side. Jeremy clearly seems to have lost in his confrontation with Zack's companion. He dropped his spring knife, which was kicked aside during the fight, which means Jeremy is now unarmed. Ah, hell no. Jeremy is enraged and yells to vent his frustration. As he attempts to retrieve his knife, Zack's companion steps in and blocks his path. With the opponent standing right in front of him, Zack knows it's impossible for him to retrieve his weapon without exposing his back in the process, a mistake he'd rather not make. He assumes a defensive stance and retreats to a more open space in an attempt to not get cornered. This situation is growing more tense by the second, and both parties are being more careful in their approach. One wrong rash decision could mean a sudden end to all this. It's not over yet, and the situation is still delicate. Where's your angle here, huh? What are you trying to pull, Zack? Jeremy is shouting, his head bright red, but from blood and from his temper rising up. Keeping the enemy talking is the right play at this point. There are no more advantages, no more opportunities for an ambush. With the fight being as out in the open as it is, it's best to delay as long as possible and hope for the smoke to go off. Zack tries to guess how much longer it'll take. A minute, maybe? He then decides to stall them as long as possible. Idiot, you really think I tell you? Jeez, you really haven't had enough yet. And here I was hoping that beatdown was enough to make you eat those smoke was of yours. All this trouble. I'm just trying to make it easy for you. And don't think for 1 second I'm the least bit afraid of the cops showing up here, or anyone else for that matter. Is that so? And how about you introduce them to your ugly fish buddies here? Sounds like a nice chance for some exposure. You might even make the newspapers. You didn't really call them, did you? How about you take a wild guess? Oh shit. Shit. More proof that Jeremy is still the same small-minded idiot he's always been. Zack can't help but smirk a little as he watches Jeremy spew a tirade of curses. It's a rough world. You can't let things get to you. Zack knows that by now. He's gotten under Jeremy's skin, giving him the psychological edge in this fight at the very least. While being angry would make Jeremy more likely to make foolish decisions, it would also make him a more unpredictable opponent. Is it smart to get him this worked up? As it turns out, it's not. You really think you can scare me? He lifts up his jacket slightly and pulls out a small black object with trembling fingers. Another knife, maybe. Zack squints and tries to make up the object, which is obscured by the dim light. It's a gun. It's definitely a gun. He has a gun. Cold sweat runs down Zack's body. It's a fucking gun. What the hell are you doing? Yeah, it's a gun. It's a gun. I knew it. It's a gun. Zack's instinct kick in, though for a second it feels as if his heart stands still. He leaps and rolls, trying to get to cover and out of Jeremy's sight. Driven by a primal survivalistic urge, he pulls off a jump most people would think was impossible. Also, game, I saw what you did there. I saw the autosave. Game. I know why you did that. This is probably like the decision that gives me the good or the bad ending. Do not tease me, game. I know what the fuck you're doing. This is the first time he's ever seen a gun in real life. Say what you will about the city's law enforcement, but they're at least doing a good enough job to keep guns out of the hands of juvenile thugs. He has no idea how to deal with this situation, which is why that small and deadly weapon is putting him under extreme pressure right now. Understandable. By diving for cover and moving out of the way, Zack has unintentionally opened up the way to his two companions, fully exposing them. The two enemy monsters sense this opportunity and barge straight into them. Help! Let go! That's the situation. Ah, shit, damn it. Zack growls and curses in frustration, not at Jeremy or anyone else, but at himself for putting everyone in danger. How about that, huh? Where's that loud mouth of yours now? Jeremy's provocations echo through the room. Carefully taking a look, Zack can see Jeremy clumsily loading the gun. Wait, you don't have it loaded? You brought the gun and you didn't load it. You didn't load it? No, I'm sorry. No, I'm having a... What do you mean you didn't load the gun? You bring the gun to a fight and you don't load it. Bro, you're so unprofessional. From the looks of it, Jeremy doesn't have a lot of experience with firearms either. Up until now, the gun must have been empty, which would explain why Jeremy hasn't let off a single shot yet. Oh my god, my dude looked like at a YouTube video on how to handle guns. I swear to god, you're the worst thug ever. Zack would have never expected anyone from his circles to be carrying a firearm. The risks and punishments are immense, and Jeremy might only have gotten his hands on it recently. Maybe he's reluctant to use it, seeing as there are all kinds of news reports of people badly hurting themselves through accidental discharges and improper handling. And honestly, Jeremy kind of fits the description of those people. Oof. 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 And I might say oof. The fact remains that this small but deadly weapon is now pointed at Zack and his two companions and could easily take a life within the blink of an eye. Okay. This situation is unbelievably dangerous. There's no doubt about it. He's definitely going to shoot. I saw the autosave game. I saw it. I saw the autosave game. The atrocities committed in this building are already horrible enough to land everyone involved in jail forever. Maybe that's what Jeremy is telling himself. One additional gun charge isn't going to make any difference. He's probably scared of the thought and panicking, and now he's directing all that fear at Zack through his gun. The small monster presses all his weight down on Zack's strong companion and starts choking him. The enemy clearly has the upper hand. Zack's strong companion thrashes around and aims for the enemy's arms to break the chokehold. Zack's young companion can stand his ground, but only temporarily. The numbers are even for now, but overall, it's nowhere close to being an even playing field. Zack grits his teeth in an attempt to maintain his composure and focus. Something has to be done right away, otherwise they're doomed. Justin is a smart guy who thinks ahead, so he might have already escaped the building, at least that's what Zack, so... Either way, Zack has to make a decision, and he has to make it now. Okay. Think about it. I mean, there's a gun involved, and we just said, like, this guy could shoot himself accidentally, and also there's the bomb. Like, there's literally the smoke bomb that we're waiting to, you know, pop off, which should pop off, like, around now. So, honey, I would keep myself covered just in case, because you might die otherwise. So, you know, just wait for the smoke to clean up the thing. Zack lifts up the hospital bed and positions it in front of himself. What with such a thin mattress, the bed isn't exactly the most optimal form of cover. Zack's plan is to avoid giving Jeremy a clear line of sight. With only a limited amount of bullets, Jeremy will have to pick his shots carefully, and as long as Zack remains hidden, he should be fairly fine. Well, fairly safe, but also fine. But as it turns out, Jeremy's a lot dumber than Zack gave him credit for. 3 shots ring through the air, but none of them hit Zack. Either the bed offers more protection than Zack assumed, or he's just in the right position at the right time. 1 bullet whizzes past Zack, so close that it barely misses his forehead. If he needed any more proof that Jeremy is that serious, this would be it. Right now, the situation's a stalemate. What's the matter, huh? Just come on out. Nope, I'm waiting for my bomb. 3 shots fired so far. Jeremy isn't out of bullets yet. It's a semi-automatic, so it's either 6 or 9 bullets that he should have. Zack ducks behind the bed and grips the railing so tightly that he almost scratches the paint off of it. Zack grabs a nearby pillow and slowly props it up so that it can be seen easily. Within seconds, the pillow has 2 gaping holes. Another 4 bullets, all of them way too close for comfort. What's the matter, tough guy? Just admit that you're done and step out. Don't waste your breath on me. Make a move or down, your choice. Ha ha ha, playing the badass until your very last moment, are ya? Well then, you put this on yourself, so don't blame me. Go on then, bring it. Zack waits, but no further shots hit the bed. Zack begins to tremble as he realizes what's happening. Hey! Jeremy fires directly at Zack's immobilized companion. Through all of this, Zack still could have never imagined that Jeremy would stoop so low. Even with a body much stronger than an average human's, it would be impossible to withstand shots at such a close range. Zack's companion hits the ground, twitching, and after a few painful seconds, stops moving altogether. Oh, you piece of shit! Shit, get up! There's no response. Zack realizes how attached he has grown to these people in such a short time. They're in this together, fighting the same fight. Zack never, even for 1 second, regrets having helped them. This makes seeing things play out this way even more horrible for him. Fear and anger wash over him to an almost paralyzing degree. That was too easy. How boring. Well, yeah, if you have a clean shot, obviously, but like, come on, you didn't even put the cartridge in the gun. God, I hate this guy. Jeremy kicks the corpse at his feet with no change of expression. While he himself is frozen on the spot, Zack can hear Jeremy's footsteps. He's walking towards Zack's remaining companion. 7 shots fired in total. It's difficult to tell whether or not Jeremy has run out of bullets or not. He has stopped filling his gun, but it could just be a ploy to draw Zack out. No. If it's 7 shots, then he probably has 9. Like, it's usually like... Well... Is 6, 9, and 12? If I remember correctly, that's usually the amount in a cartridge for semi-automatics, depends on the semi-automatic. Making a move now would mean risking his life, but if he doesn't, Zack will be responsible for the death of another one of his companions. A million voices rage in Zack's mind like a storm, overlapping one another. All of them are telling him different things, offering contradicting advice. Impulsive and reckless, he never quite understood what people meant when they talked about dilemma. Now he understands. Oh hey, the gas. Huh? It's been 2 minutes, idiot. It all happens before anyone has a chance to react. Pete, what the hell? Smoke. A fire? No, it most certainly isn't a fire. Caught in the moment and immediately in the heat of battle, Zack lost track of time and completely forgot about what he actually came here to do. After 2 excruciatingly long minutes, the chemical reaction is now in full effect, and the smoke is starting to develop. Upon witnessing how fast the smoke is spreading, Zack only now starts to realize how vitally important Neko's advice on treating the smoke bombs carefully has been. At this rate, it is not that different from an actual explosion. It's done. After this hellish 2 minutes journey, it's time to cross the finish line. Smoke is filling up the whole room faster than the eye can see. At this rate, somebody from outside must have already seen it, and Zack wonders how long it would take them to alert the fire department. But right now, things happening outside are of no concern to him. Go, check out what's going on. Jeremy waves his arms and orders his 2 helpers to find out what's going on. Zack's young companion tries to use the situation to crawl to safety and get up, but Jeremy holds him at gunpoint. This is it, an opportunity. With more smoke building up by the second, Zack leaves his cover and quietly circles around towards Jeremy while holding his breath. You're done. The hard impact. Zack puts everything he has into a fully powered punch directed at the back of Jeremy's head. Jeremy must have sensed something at the very last second. He turns his head to the side, causing Zack to hit him in the neck instead. Oh, that's gonna kill. The impact stuns Jeremy despite him having deflected it a little bit. Yeah, no, that could kill people in the right circumstances. Zack's young companion immediately analyzes the situation. He pushes Jeremy away and crawls towards the area where the smoke bomb is, attempting to stop Jeremy's two monstrous henchmen. That's all you got! Jeremy's still hurling insults at Zack, even as he's brought down to one knee. Fully intent on breaking Zack's spirit once and for all, Jeremy turns around and aims at Zack's young companion in the distance, who is still crawling away. Zack is still unarmed and is too far away to react in time. He can't stop Jeremy from firing. Jeremy only has enough time to fire a single shot. It's only one shot, but that doesn't mean he can't cause devastating damage. A fine mist of blood is floating through the air around Zack's young companion, who was just a few steps short of reaching his goal. Yeah, no is my honest reaction to that as well. Losing all semblance of self-control, an enraged Zack rushes Jeremy and delivers a furious hook to the right to the jaw. This time, Jeremy has no time to dodge. The blow to Jeremy's jaw is so vicious, it almost feels as if it's going to pierce right through him. Zack can feel the strength draining from Jeremy's body as he drops to the ground. He got just what he deserves. The impact from Zack's hook is enough for his eyes to roll into the back of his head. Unable to handle the pain, he passes out. Strange grunting sounds are coming from the two monsters as they notice what's happening to Jeremy. They stop their search for the smoke bomb and make their way towards Zack. The monster ignores the flipped over beds and torn sheets as it makes its way through all the obstacles. It's looking pretty grim for Zack right now. There's not a whole lot of distance between him and the two monsters, even with all the scattered furniture and debris in the way. It would take them more than 10 seconds to maneuver around the obstacles and reach him. Hoping for the best, Zack pulls the pistol out of Jeremy's hand. Looking at it, he realizes it must have some sort of extended magazine. He puts his finger on the trigger and prays that the gun doesn't fail him. You tell me to die, that's true. Stop. Zack's first shot is aimed at the monster's stomach. Two more shots follow instantly. Zack's target is so close that it's pretty much impossible for him to miss. For the first time ever, Zack experiences what it feels like to take a life. The monster's heavy body tumbles forward, a big pile of flesh and muscle that slumps over and presses up against Zack. Getting him off of him feels like pushing away a bag of cement. The second attacker follows, giving Zack no chance to catch his breath. It tears away the bed sheets, its feet are entangling, and throws itself at Zack's chest with relentless speed. Ugh. Zack receives a vicious kick in the stomach. For a moment, Zack doesn't understand why so many images and lights are flashing by. Then he realizes he's flying through the air at high speed. The kick has catapulted him through the door, sending him flying into the dark hallway. The accumulated damage Zack has suffered becomes too much to bear. The sharp pain in his back running down his whole spine is almost enough to make him pass out. It's only a question of time, really. He's reached his breaking point. Too much has been demanded of his body, and he's already been pushing his limits for far too long. Fighting spirit won't help him if the heart doesn't play along anymore. His eyelids are growing heavy, and his senses dull as the strangely cool smoke fills his lungs. His enemy is seemingly unfazed by all of this. Go fuck yourself. No matter how hard he tries, Zack can't move or even just lift his arms up to protect himself. This is the end of the road for him. Well, it is what it is, he thinks to himself. The strange feeling of comforting relief fills him as he comes to terms with the situation, blaming only himself for having acted recklessly. That's that, and this is this, kid. At the very last moment, an image flashes in his mind, a face he hasn't seen all night. Justin? Oh. Oh, it's Fatty, hi. Only it's Rio. Obes fue any saving us. A large muscle-bound frame steps over Zack's body and blocks the monster in his tracks. It takes a monster to fight a monster. Fatty? No response other than a small reaffirming nod. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Fatty pushes the monster away from Zack inch by inch. Fatty seems to have grown even stronger since Zack last saw him. Zack has trouble thinking, but he can't help but notice the intense aura of strength around Fatty. Who are you? I mean, I'm a fish. Well, he is a fish, technically. A little bit. A little bit of fish. The difference in sheer power is so big that the difference in height doesn't seem to be a factor at all. Though the enemy monster seems more hateful and driven, that's not enough to make up for its weaknesses. Standing his ground firmly, Fatty keeps pushing the monster back inside the room at an even pace. Unwilling to accept the situation and knowing what else to do, the monster pushes its right foot hard into the ground and throws up his knee, aiming straight at Fatty's stomach. With both his arms and leg busy, there's no chance for Fatty to dodge or block the attack. It hits him, but he doesn't even make a sound. So I can see Fatty's body shaking as if a shockwave is running through it, but other than that, he doesn't show any reaction at all. Still feeling dizzy, Zack only now realizes what his friend plans on doing. Don't! His injury robs him of his voice. Through continuous pushing and shoving, the two large frames are slowly swallowed up by the thick smoke, disappearing within it. You're welcome. I do wish we actually have your name so I don't have to call you Fatty all the time, but you're welcome, sweetie. After that, there's a series of heavy blows and crashes and... Fatty! Zack opened his mouth. He wants to scream, wants to shout, but he can't. The stream of tears is blurring Zack's vision. He can hear footsteps approaching in the distance, but he has neither the will nor the strength to react. What's this? The voice, it sounds familiar. Hi, Justin. Hi, Justy. Zack lifts his head, but he can't see anything. There's next to no oxygen going to his brain, and he's mere seconds away from losing consciousness altogether. This is bad. What have you been doing? Come on, let's get you out of here. Zack feels nothing but excruciating pain as his body is dragged towards the stairs. Save him. Come on, please save him. Zack can speak. Cecile and Neko are waiting at the rendezvous point. They both look extremely worried, which is understandable. Come on. Huge columns of smoke are rising up into the air, and loud sirens can be heard not too far away. People are gathering all around, whispering, exclaiming, coming up with wild theories about what's going on. One thing seems to be clear for everybody who's watching: this building is done for. But in fact, it isn't. The meeting time they all agreed on has long since passed. Cecile is sick with worry because neither Zack nor Justin have come back yet. Let me go back and take another look. This whole situation is already a mess, and you're just attract unwanted attention. If anybody goes, it's me. But you... Or you could stay here and help me instead. Interrupted in the middle of her sentence, Cecile can hear Justin's quiet, exhausted voice from a nearby alley. I gave him more emotion than that, but to be fair, I would be too angry to not ask for help in the middle of dragging a person outside of a building. The crowd and the sirens are so noisy that she isn't even sure if it's really his voice. As she spots Justin, the reason for his lack of energy becomes immediately apparent. Get him to a hospital and get him there quickly. Think about the following concept. Home. Home is something good. Living it is bad. The outside world is dangerous. If you go out there, you'll die. You sound like an abusive parent. Everything from outside is bad and means you harm. That's why you should never allow anything from outside to enter your home. Again, that sounds like an abusive parent, but sure. The room below is safe. You like it there because you like books. Like books. I like books. But you can't allow anyone in there. You mustn't allow them to enter. I don't like that. Don't let anyone in until you fully learn everything about yourself. Do not hesitate or take pity on them. They are the enemy. Enemy. Give them away. Yes, it's probably a lot to process and hard to understand right now, but try to remember these things. No one is allowed near this room. Room can't in. Keep them away. Enemies, keep them away. That's right. Enemies, keep them away. Room can't in. Keep them away. Enemies. Enemies, enemies, enemies. Keep them away. Enemies. Room can't in. 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 Listen to me. Get out. Get out. Get out. I'll have to think of another way. The fuck was that? That's to a readily available taxi service we call via one of those modern apps. Thank you, Uber. No, actually, fuck Uber, but also, you know. Zach was brought to the nearest hospital very quickly. A fracture of his left arm, concussions around his shoulder, injured lungs, broken ribs. It's hard to tell from the outside at first, but the damage from those attacks definitely left its mark on Zach's body. He's so fucked up, you guys. It's far worse than anything he ever suffered from his street brawls in the past. On the other hand, his previous fighting experience might have been his saving grace. Who knows how much he could have endured had his body been less used to such harsh physical punishment. Even so, it's been clear from the get-go that someone with his temper wouldn't stay bedridden for long. Even though I know that, I'm still scared half to death as I open the door to Hermitage and see him standing there. You have broken ribs. Like, for the other stuff, arguably you can probably be fine. The concussion depends. The ribs, though, you have to rest, dude. You know, I've been wondering if you figured out your life by now. I was thinking maybe everything that happened helped you set your priorities straight. Oh, come on, man, it's okay. School was boring as always, so I thought why not drop by here instead? You're supposed to be resting! Zach still looks somewhat exhausted and hasn't fully recovered yet, but I can tell that he's regained a lot of his energy, for better or worse. The smoke bombs he and Justin set off to simulate a fake fire caused alarms to go off everywhere, even in the adjacent buildings. The firemen rushed inside to help people. I can't imagine the look on their faces when they found the whole room empty. So far, no newspaper has reported any shocking news, which means we did our job well. A successful mission, all things considered. The captives we set free managed to escape through the thick smoke, running off into nearby alleyways. Some of the nasty equipment used in the transformative surgical procedure, however, was found and bagged as evidence. Another burden for the city's already overworked law enforcement. Unfortunately for us, by the time the firemen entered the building, most of the people from Yuhui village had already made their escape. Only one of the thugs was found, but he was in such a bad state that Justin couldn't even ID him properly. I'm sure there's more to be found on various floors, and Scarlet could pull some strings to find out more. There's a risk involved with that though, and I'm not sure there's anything more that could be helpful to us at the moment. You're incredibly lucky, you know that? I just hope nobody follows your trail to this place. Come on in, today's special is coffee. Instant coffee, that is. I take a closer look at him and he steps inside. It's good for him to be out in the sun again. He looks a lot less pale and much healthier already. His posture is still a little hunched over and beaten, but he seems to be on the right track. His mind is probably the thing that will take the longest to truly heal. Zach, what are you doing running off again? Nice and persistently again, Cecile. Zach, didn't you just start going back to school? Cecile and Justin give Zach a greeting that can be considered heartfelt in its own way. Hey, it's not like I'm making a habit of it. Cecile's question seems to have caught him a little off guard. His response sounds insecure, as he often does when he speaks with her. I get that physical activity and moving around can aid your recovery. No, it's not. He has a broken rib. He's not supposed to be moving. God. Basic stuff. Like, that's what pisses me off the most. It's like, no, if he has like a broken rib, he has to move the least amount possible. You need to be sure that that shit is setting up properly. What the fuck, my dude? But I doubt that that was your friend of mine when you decided to skip school, am I right? You know me, I'll be right back to my glorious old self in no time. Quit making it sound like I have cancer or something. Without knowing the three of them, it would be easy to mistake their conversations for arguments and hostile remarks. I know that it's just how they express their tight bond with each other. We all show affection in different ways. It's heartwarming to see how a group of strangers has formed such a strong and trusting relationship by going through challenges together. Still, I have to break up their quips and raise my voice a little to cut through their playful chatter. By the way, Zach, there's one more thing I've been meaning to ask you. What is it? No need to be so formal with me. Shoot. That night in the park, do you remember what the man who gave you the water looked like? Seal looks at me silently. She's probably worried that I might trigger some sort of PTSD with Zack. A valid concern. Getting reminded of how you were almost beaten to death isn't something anyone would want to go through. Luckily, her worries are unfounded as Zack responds clearly and concisely with little hesitation in his voice. To tell you the truth, I don't really remember that much. I was scared to death and on the brink of passing out. I don't remember anything about the guy except that he was tall and looked like a foreigner. He frowns as he replies and takes a sip of his coffee. Honestly, the fact that he found you can't have been pure luck on his part. It's already a small miracle that you managed to get away and run to the park in your condition. Something like that doesn't just happen. True. That is true. Zack's expression suddenly turns dead serious. I'd love to know the answer to what really happened just as much as you. Think of me as an idiot all you want, but the truth is that I don't remember a single thing. Hey, now, no worries, okay? Nobody blames you, it's not your fault. You're the victim here, and we all know that. Actually, I remember some things he said to me. It was mostly incoherent stuff that didn't make any sense to me when I heard it. Some of it stuck with me, though. Really? What was it? If something goes wrong, you have to take the blame instead of running away. Taking responsibility is what makes you a man. That's the general gist of it. Anyway, you don't expect me to remember the exact phrasing, do you? As long as it's accurate and you didn't add anything to it. It sounds a little too much like something you would say. Way to rob me of my confidence, guys. The short version is, I don't know what the hell that guy was talking about. He just kept rambling on. I bet if it had been a rock lying there instead of me, he would have kept talking and said the same things. The difference is that a rock's life wouldn't have needed saving. We still haven't figured out what happened to you. I'll think about it some more when I have the time, but honestly, I don't really want to remember. The whole situation was way too weird. Mr. Store Manager, what's wrong? You don't look so good. It's fine. Nothing to be concerned about. Now that I think about it, the way Zack describes the man's way of talking, I do in fact know someone who fits that description. I haven't seen him in almost a year, and if it's really him, his involvement doesn't mean anything good. Furthermore, how could he have managed to get dragged into this? So many thoughts and questions racing through my mind at once. It also makes me feel quite uneasy. I try my best to force a smile to show the others that everything's fine. Justin found a strange note in the building, and the mysterious man handed Zack one too. Comparing the handwriting makes me almost 100% sure that they have the same origin. Both of them are full of German phrases, which means it will take a long time to decipher them. Unless, you use the Deep L translator, which can give you a pretty decent translation. Like, use some Deep L. It's German, like, it's not that terrible. Taking everything into consideration, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with Scarlett's new case. In other words, this will cause us a headache for the foreseeable future. But let's save that for later. Either way, we should be happy that with the way it turned out, all things considered. Currently, those guys don't have a base for their operations, which will make it a lot harder for them to cause any trouble. At least for now. Thus, I'd like to take this moment to thank all of you again. Really, without you, those people wouldn't have been freed. And I know for sure that if it hadn't been for you guys, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I'm glad to have found a crew willing to go above and beyond to help an impulsive idiot like me. Don't say it like that. Being overly dramatic and serious is embarrassing. We all know it's important to have people who stick by you in tough situations. Exactly. We're there for one another, and we will always do our best to resolve things. I told you the reason for that, didn't I? Yeah, you did. Zack's phone rings and he takes the call. He stumbles over his words and stutters nervously, interjected by a middle-aged woman's angry voice that we can all hear clearly through the phone. It makes no difference whatsoever that the loudspeaker is turned off. The call doesn't last long. My mom caught on to me. I gotta head home. He flashes with a bitter smile. Though his face is rough, his tone of voice is gentle. Alas, the prodigal son returns. Do you want me to accompany you? You're still not feeling all too well, are you? Don't worry, it isn't far. I wouldn't last long in the streets if I let something like this stop me. You're still in the streets? You're quite noisy today, Justin. Let's meet up and share a nice meal together soon. See ya. See, that's flirting to me. This is gay. With those words, Zack leaves Hermitage and, with a slight limp, walks off into the sunshine, back into the normal world. Temporarily, until the next case, I assume. After having stepped into a world of chaos and madness, it's hard to return to your normal life. All of us know the feeling. All we can do is try to wear a smile as we take this path together. Wow, it must feel good to be young. You're like 22! You're not old! Shut the fuck up! Behave yourself, Justy. Don't act like you're the oldest or most experienced person around. You've been eavesdropping all this time, haven't you, Neko? Where have you been hiding? It's easy to hide from a bunch of guys who couldn't screw on a light bulb even if they all work together. Wait, are you including me in that, or...? Okay, guys, enough chit-chat. So, why did you come here today? The journey back to school is his own and nobody else's. The streets are packed with cars, pedestrians are hurrying from one place to the next, and the sound of honking and chatter fills the city. Life had been uneventful for these people. Nothing special happened yesterday, and today and tomorrow will be the exact same. It's a life dictated by trivial routine and repetition. Zack, on the other hand, has learned to appreciate every passing second. Every single ray of sunshine needs to be treasured. Life is full of strange, unexpected twists and turns, and every day has the potential to bring about something new and unknown. There's nothing he can do for now, and he's well aware of that. The gang members that escaped the Sanjun building know how to stay hidden and out of sight. That is, after all, one of the most valuable skill sets for a criminal. Those people are all thugs, and they think like it too. Unfortunately, so does Zack. After much pleading and convincing from Zack, this is the only thing that Justin hasn't told the store manager the truth about. Buddy, ever since he started wandering the streets, he has been shedding less and less tears. The streets are no place for crying. You can't let others catch you in a weak moment. Many replace it with a sort of strained laughter in an attempt to cover it up, but it gradually accumulates. That's why he has decided to leave. These last few days have helped him sort his thoughts. He has a lot of catching up to do for all the things he missed in school these last 2 years. There's no time for that just yet. I'm sorry, Fadi. Just give me a few more days. What will he do when he comes face to face with them? The thought preoccupies his mind. He will never be able to shake his burdens. All they ever do is change into new ones, but they always remain firmly planted on his shoulders. There's nothing he can do now, and he's off the beaten path, and the only way to go about this is to keep his mouth shut and wait for a clear road to present itself to him. A few more days. Thank you, achievement for successfully completed chapter 3 popping up. Zack has a new reason to keep fighting, to keep living. Okay. Oh. 2 weeks, huh? Well, 2 weeks and something. 21 grams, that's the weight of a soul. No one can be completely sure of this statement, but many strongly share the belief. 21 grams is so little, though. Trying to make sense of and give tangible meaning to something deemed immeasurable is an enticing thought, and one that has left a strong mark on mankind's history. It's nothing, it is created, it is unobservable, it is beyond rational thought. It is stupid, it is backwards, it is superstitious. So many thoughts and opinions, and no question that can be asked to clear it all up. From ancient to modern times, there have always been people praising its importance. In both mythology and science, there have always been people wanting to prove its existence. As long as these opinions and endeavors persist, discussion won't cease. Such has been the case, and such it will remain. And yet, still, none of this has anything to do with it. Siamese Ghost. Cat! This is the cat one! Slowly but surely, the autumn breeze is turning colder. Winter is coming, as they say in that one TV show, ready to rain down a snowy surprise upon those foolish enough to give in to their desire to catch a whiff of fresh air. It's easy to lose track of time cooped up inside Hermitage. No matter the time of the year, it's always quiet and everything stays the same. People walking around outside, tightly wrapped in thick coats to ward off the cold, is one of the few things that reminds me that time has gone by. Of course, what with Hermitage being as old-fashioned as it is, there's no actual air conditioning unit. A glowing electric heater is set up in the area most prone to turning cold and humid. Without it, I wouldn't be able to open the store in good conscience. After all, that's part of my responsibility as the manager. You know, you could put like a second one to actually warm up the place. It's not like there's that much to look after, but still. You've been staring at that door absently for 5 whole minutes. Keep it up and you'll start drooling soon. No, think it at all. Living in self-exile. What's the difference? It's all the same to me, or would you happen to have any idea how to fix that state of mind? Yes, how about trying to behave a little more like a normal human being for starters? Neko is rolling around close to the warm electric heater, like a cat bathing in the sun. It almost looks like she's trying to grill herself. She's just like me for real. It's rare for her to have a moment to herself without any worries. She doesn't have much free time on her hands, so I just let her be. She deserves to enjoy a moment of leisure. Not long ago, the thrilling case involving the rough but caring teenager Zack came to a close. It was a team effort, and even though things didn't always go smoothly, we managed to see it through to the end. Justin suffered minor respiratory issues from an allergic reaction to the smoke, while Zack was badly beaten up. It sounds terrible, but truthfully, it all went a lot better than I anticipated. I'm also glad that Cecile and Neko managed to stay out of harm's way completely. Zack is as energetic as always, if not more so. I'm amazed by the speed of his recovery. Every now and then, he drops by the store to talk to Neko and joke around. Until Cecile catches him, that is, as she always does. I'm happy about it, since it brings an atmosphere of liveliness and camaraderie to this otherwise drab and quiet place. Justin had been employed by Scarlett to help in her investigation of the recent road collapse incident. Scarlett's text messages have grown increasingly rude and agitated, which I'm taking as a sign that the investigation is going well. I don't know how to feel about the realization that everyone around me has a clear purpose while I'm going nowhere. I spent most of my time translating the text Zack and Justin stumbled upon. My German consists of the mere basics, and most of the time I can only make out individual words, which makes the process pretty arduous. I probably should have ordered like a German dictionary or something. The good news is that this time nobody is there to put pressure on me and tell me to hurry up. I can understand the general meaning of the text by using their paraphrase versions produced by a translation software. You could also just get a dictionary. However, it's still extremely difficult to understand. It clearly has some occult content, but with my limited knowledge, I'll have to focus on the simpler notes and the illustrations. These notes are clearly a record of some kind of ritual, one of far greater dimensions than any other event I have ever witnessed so far. The notes make it clear how complicated the preparations for the ritual are, and how methodical the process it is. I don't think this is what the group at the Sanyon building was trying to pull off. It would have been too much trouble for them. Perhaps the mysterious man Zack met is connected to it all. After all, one of the texts came from him. I don't have any idea how to find out who he is, though. Zack's description is way too vague to be of any use. For a moment, it sounded to me like... Just who the hell is he? Forget it, a hectic approach is never the best idea. There's no need to hurry. I should take another look at those texts once the time is right. These bizarre notes remind me, it's been a long time since the actual owner of Hermitage dropped by for one of his usual visits. Not that I'm complaining, I like the fact that he's not offloading any further problems onto me, but the fact that I haven't heard from him for so long could mean something bad. It's possible that he ran into some trouble of his own. I can't get anything done like this. Huh? Something bothering you? No, it's nothing really, just my instincts kicking in for a second. I stopped my mind from wandering too far. I haven't reached the point where I desperately need a cup of tea yet. Instincts, huh? I didn't know you had that feature. Feature? What do you think I am, a robot? Well, at least if you are, you're a likable one. Can you compute that? Okay, enough. Speaking of tech, you've been very busy lately, right? How is the game development going? There's something called a bottleneck, you know? The writers are just about ready to hang themselves. Yes. I know, I've heard of that. Why is that? I thought all they need is a cool plot and that's it. You make it sound like a good plot is easy to come by. They're somewhat lost right now and unsure about which direction the plot should take. Anyway, I'm just there to help fix some bugs, so I'll spend my time here until they're ready to proceed with the project. I'm actually a little busy here. Rekka shrugs and stares at the wall. As long as you don't drag me into anything, I like the feeling of not being busy. A few of you are helping out Scarlet at the moment, right? Must be strange for Justin to work for her. It's pretty far from the usual jobs a self-proclaimed elite detective specializing in supernatural cases should be doing. I wholeheartedly agree with the elite part being self-proclaimed. From what our resident dummy Justin told me, Golden Maxim Law is pretty much a private detective agency itself. I know that Scarlet... Stop for a moment. This is starting to sound ridiculous. All I'm saying is at the end of the day, they need to get their hands on information somehow, just like everyone else. And this case they're currently working on is very different from what the news would have you believe. That's a fact. Really? You think there might be a supernatural background to it? Nothing is ever simple, you know that. That's true. These days it's a lot more common to believe in various unexplainable phenomena and question things outside the realm of human understanding. But sometimes people are quick to let their fantasy cloud their judgment. In this case, it actually seems to be the real deal, but that's not a lot to go on. And by real deal, you mean something worthy of you looking into exactly, but not right now. It's already starting to sound like something I should be concerned about. It's all still very unclear and obscure. Oh, and you asked me to look into that shadowy silhouette that was spotted on the incident site, remember? I was going to look for more information, but the information found me instead. Wait, what do you mean? Do you see it yourself? Not quite, but a number of very similar sightings have been reported. However, none of those were accompanied by bright explosive flashes like the initial one. There was a massive spike in unexplainable strange events in every area in which a sighting was reported, and I'm sure there's a connection. Good to know, but is that all you have so far? There's only so much we can do, you know? We barely managed to avoid getting into trouble with the police during our investigation. I should probably find a way to help you guys out somehow. I'd appreciate it, but let's save that talk for later, okay? Right now, we should be there for Scarlet. She needs someone to listen to her, someone who can offer her a shoulder to lean on. Feelings, huh? I didn't know she had that feature installed. Bad joke, I'm being serious. Sorry, what's wrong? Her cat is missing. Oh, I see. I had a feeling the reason for her being sad would be something like this. Being sad and crying isn't like Scarlet at all. She's always cold and composed. Her cat is one of the few things that could cause such an emotional response. Now that I recall, I think I haven't met her cat once. People always say like owner, like dog, but maybe the opposite is true for cats. It's human nature to love a little ball of fur that meows and rubs his little nose against people. When she first got to this city, it took her a long time to settle in with her little pet. I remember how shocking it was to see the stoic, tough lawyer letting herself be controlled by a tiny, cute kitten. Truly a sight to behold. Oh yeah, no. It's the power of cat. And now why in the world did we move all the way to the city anyway? Memories of the past are starting to creep up in the back of my mind, wrapping themselves around my brain like vines. I shake my head in an attempt to regain my composure and return to the here and now. So, are you helping her with the search? We are helping her with the search, yes. She didn't ask for it, but she can count on us. Whatever happened to the supernatural detective agency we had going? Reading ancient books for clues can get old, don't you think? Also, Scarlet puts actual food on the table. Ugh, keep thinking that. You'll see her busting out the instant noodles soon enough. It's hard to find a good counter argument. I could ramble about money being the root of all evil. His communism peel. But that would only serve to emphasize the fact that I have none. I have to say, the fact that we haven't found any trace yet makes me feel kinda guilty about stuffing my face with all those meals. No need to feel guilty, just consider it payment for all the hard work you've been doing for me lately. But you're not Scarlet. If she gives me something, I feel bad about being unable to return the favor. You're broke anyway, that's no secret. Way to crush the last remnants of my fragile self-esteem. Stop riding the pity train, or people will start to ignore you. Neko sits down on the workbench, kicking around with both of her legs dangling in the air. It is one of the few moments where she actually looks and behaves like a child. By the way, concerning the case of Scarlet's missing cat, they're having some bad rumors circulating about pets going missing. Oh no, that's the worst. Missing pets, and you think a person is behind it. All kinds of pets have gone missing, a wide variety of different breeds and species. If he's a thief, he knows what he's doing. So you thought it necessary to look into the motives behind it? We felt it was necessary, yes. Anyway, the deeper I dug, the stranger it seemed. You're not doing anything dangerous again, are you? Come on now, who do you take me for? I think you know that all too well by now. So anyway, most of the pets went missing in the east side of town. It's been happening for a couple of months now. At some point, someone initiated a search and managed to find a few of the missing pets, but they weren't the same as before. They behaved strangely. They're hyperactive and hard to catch. It seemed like they didn't want to be caught, and they even made attempts to run away again. That sounds only reminiscent of the situation Zack and the others found themselves in, only this time it's pets instead of humans. I scoured the web, and there are forum posts where people report hearing strange animal noises in the middle of the night. By cross-referencing those reports, I managed to pinpoint a location in particular that seems suspicious. For the love of God, please don't let it be some maze-like office building again. I really don't need another Sanjon building in my life. It's a TV factory. An abandoned one. A TV factory? Matter number 11 TV factory? How did you guess that? It has somewhat of a reputation. The price for land in the city east side is quite high these days, yet the abandoned factory has been left untouched. I knew something was fishy about that. The family involved in the Kangning district incident was also connected to the place back when it was still in business. Do you know anything else that could be of any help? Not a thing. Don't give me that look, I'm not even from this city. You know a lot more than I do. I can't let this rest until I've investigated it myself. Neko jumps up and walks towards the door. Hey, Neko, please be careful out there. If you encounter anything strange, don't try to be a hero. Come back here and let's find a way to tackle it together. Huh? Who said I'm doing this alone? She turns her head and winks at me. Why should I do this by myself when there just so happens to be an elite detective specializing in the supernatural? Now she's just showing off. He's so silly. Good grief, just how dirty is this place? Justin mutters his complaints to himself as he kicks away some of the trash at his feet. As a true professional, he is well aware that field work is part of the job, but this is more like survival of the fittest mixed with dumpster diving. He feels like he's out in the wild, far away from even the faintest semblance of human civilization, even though he's right in the middle of the city. For an abandoned factory, this place almost has its own ecosystem. Messy doesn't even begin to describe it. It took him quite some time to climb up the mountain of trash heaped right outside the entrance. He even had to jump to grab a ladder suspended halfway in the middle in midair to get inside. The decrepit walls are specked with mold, and the piles of trash all around the place are giving him off a nasty stench. The odor of fermentation must have been accumulating here for ages, leading Justin to believe that this place has long been forgotten. He tells himself over and over again not to linger around too long. For some strange reason, Justin feels as if he's staying in this place for too long might render him unable to leave. When he formed his new investigative duo along with Zack, he expected to be thrust into weird situations. That's just something that comes with the territory. Still, now that he's alone in a place like this, it's more than he bargained for. Wait, what do you mean you form a new investigative duo alongside Zack? That's kind of gay of you. Keep it together. Bringing rookies along only makes situations like this even more difficult. Neko doesn't count. This isn't a place at which anybody would ever choose to stay. It is for that exact reason that Justin's interest is piqued as he discovers intriguing new clues. There are imprints in the dust that look suspiciously like they were left by human palms and animal feet. Jackpot. Justin pulls his trench coat a little tighter and makes sure the miniature camera he's carrying in his pocket is still functioning properly. He really hates firearms. He knows they attract trouble like a magnet, which is why he prefers to solve his cases by blending in and relying on communication. Sadly, those principles of his haven't done him much good lately. Carefully moving along the wall, he keeps his footsteps as quiet as he possibly can. The puddles of stagnant water around the place are mixed with various excrements. The foul stench itself is enough to serve as a repellent. It's like the smell itself is screaming at Justin to stay away. Something isn't right. Discarded tools and other remnants of tech equipment wouldn't be out of place or unusual for a former TV factory. Whatever the stench is and whatever is swimming in those puddles, however, it shouldn't be here. The further Justin walks, the clearer the prints in the thick dust become. Whoever is here has no intention of hiding, or maybe they just aren't thinking that far ahead. Jeez, I thought I was here to find missing pets, not to trail cavemen. Voicing his frustration once again, Justin gently pushes against another door. The door opens. Everything is dimly lit, and the few rays of sunlight from above are nearly enough. Machinery is covering cloth blankets, which are in turn covering multiple layers of dust. Tech parts are strewn all about the place. In an almost poetic way, the dust particles dancing in the rays of sunlight tell a modern tale of harm and decay, but that's beside the point. The room looks almost identical to the previous one. Though all the machines have long stopped working, Justin has mixed feelings about it all. He moves cautiously, surveying his surroundings in an attempt to find something useful. There's a box of takeout food. Its contents are surprisingly fresh, but there's an odd ring of teeth and marks along the box edges. The food is cold and smells pretty bad. It must have been here for some time, but not long enough to spoil and rot yet. Looks like there are really people living here. This is a case about missing pets, after all. It would be strange if there wasn't some evil animal kidnapper behind it all. Even if he managed to solve the case, it would only serve to reopen the wounds of those who have long given up hope. They would have to live through the whole ordeal again in their minds. Why would someone do this? Obviously, there is nobody there to answer that question for him. The answer won't just show itself like that. It's hidden here somewhere, so it's time to turn the place upside down. Huh? The sudden sound of a loud meow startles Justin. He almost knocks over a bucket filled with water in front of him. Luckily, he quickly regains his composure, and his fast reaction allows him to avoid making any further noise. And dog. Another sound. This time is a dog barking. Oh. It's only a faint sound. Justin turns his head and to try and pinpoint the source by following the echo. Justin slowly walks forward, carefully making his way towards the source of the sound. Things are going better than expected. Short nights and long days are worth it when it all culminates in a successful investigation. He takes another step towards the door. Step, step, step. What the... In a sudden flash of lightning, excruciating pain rushes through the detective's whole body. No, please, help. No. It is the last thing he says. Cat? What is Justin? Somehow, Scarlett's first words after stepping through the door are exactly the ones I was expecting. He's not here, and Nico just left. Cecile can't be reached. She probably has classes at the moment. What's the matter? What's the matter? Isn't what any normal person would ask us to follow to that? Oh, please, as if anything I get involved in ever turns out to be normal. I put the old newspaper I was reading down on a stack of books and opened my arms wide. What do you need Justin for? Is there something I can help you with? Maybe. You see, when I employ the services of a so-called professional private detective, I expect him to be at the office at my beck and call when I need him to find someone or something for me. It wouldn't hurt if he offered me a cup of coffee without needing a reminder too. So you want an assistant? I'm afraid that's a little too much, so I think you're looking for someone. That's right, I am. There's been a new development in the case. Naturally, that must mean something new has come up. Zack can be reckless and some of his choices have been questionable in the past, but he did a bust-up that kidnapping dream pretty much on his own, not counting Justice's assistant. A lot of the thugs that were rescued from the smoke are in police custody right now. That's a success story, wouldn't you say? He did a good job. I wrote the report on that incident. Justin gets all the credit. I hope you can see why. The alternative would have been them picking up on the escaped captives and rushing to the hospital for interviews, eventually plastering all the newspapers around town with it. I don't think any of us would have wanted that, right? Right, and it paints you guys in a really good light. It's great publicity. Anyway, thanks to those who were arrested, I had the chance to get my hands on some more information. It gave me a much needed leverage to make use of slightly less official channels and get insight into details several other departments were in possession of. So, what did you find out? There have been reports of a suspicious person wandering around close to the site of the incident late at night. A local resident who works late shifts noticed the person, but they never did anything to warrant further investigation. Ironically, we have the 996 working hours system to thank for once. Because of it, the local resident, who's close to a nervous and paranoid breakdown, was able to take photos of the suspicious person. He still has them somewhere. That's what you needed your new laptop for. Don't say it like that, that sounds really weird. Anyway, once I get my hands on the photo material, maybe you can help me analyze it. Sherlock Holmes can look at a picture and get a story worth a couple 100,000 words out of it, but that's not real life. Please don't get your hopes up just yet. How about you stop crushing them prematurely instead? You know how hard it is to come across a solid lead. Okay, fine. Let out a heavy sigh and take a look outside the store, hoping to find some relaxation. I should have known better. I see and find many things, relaxation never being one of them. It appears I came at a bad time. I haven't seen Eloise in ages, and even though I am very happy to see she's okay, seeing her again definitely doesn't conjure up feelings of relaxation. Tell you the truth, unless you're here for books, there's rarely ever a right time. This place keeps you busy. I don't know, my past experiences with your books have been enough to last me a lifetime. I understand that. You saw and experienced things few others ever will. But please don't take this the wrong way. I am eternally grateful both to you and to Miss Scarlett. It's just that kind of thing, it's all. Don't worry, it's okay, I get it. I tried to sound a little more cheerful. The atmosphere inside the story is starting to become a little too heavy for my liking. So, what can I do for you? I'm looking for Cecile. Isn't she here with you? No, unfortunately not. I was going to ask you about her too. I'm worried about her. Where could she have gone? I thought she'd be at school. Did you look there? Yes, but she wasn't there. That's why I came to you. Makes sense. Sounds like there's some sort of trouble brewing again. I hope not. Let's not assume anything just yet. Could she be out investigating the case with Neko and the others? No, at least she's not supposed to be. Neko said herself that the only person to actively engage in field work would be Justin. Do you have any other idea where she could be? I don't quite know how to answer that. I've had a nagging feeling in the back of my mind for a while now. It's been awfully quiet. Too quiet. I spoke to her teacher. Apparently she seemed upset and called in sick yesterday. Nobody in class knows what's going on with her. She was doing very well, at least that's the impression I had. She was starting to get along with the others, and there's nothing going on that would make her go to such lengths to avoid the art club. Really? That's great to hear, actually. I just wish the circumstances were different. From what you're saying, whatever the problem is, it has nothing to do with the school. I'll need to check out other potential reasons. We need to find out what's going on. Yes, please do so. Look, that sounds very noble of you, but give it to me straight. What you're actually saying is you'll send me out to run your errands as always, am I right? Errands, come on. That sounds like I'm sending you out for groceries. So please just refer to it as investigative work from now on. Yeah, right, whatever you say. Not a quiet moment. Anyway, let's work together. We can assume something out of the ordinary has happened, can't we? It's not like Cecile to completely disappear. That's right. What with the trouble she's gotten into in the past, we have to assume the worst. Better safe than sorry. Has Cecile work turned up again? No, fortunately for us, it hasn't. But that's not to say there isn't. Jeez, stop it already with that animal sound of yours. You're going to scare the poor girl to death. Sorry. Fact is, this city has been in quite an uproar lately. Strange things have been happening and there's a lingering sense of unease in the air. Though I hope I'm wrong about that. I heard some strange rumors too, especially during these past few months. Some of the other students have said that they saw this huge 2-meter tall figure standing near the playground. But nobody really believes it. Most people think the students are just making up campfire horror stories. For now, regardless of whether any of those rumors turn out to be true, treat them all as false information, otherwise things will get even more confusing. We need to work slickly based on solid evidence. Lois looks sad, so I do my best to comfort her. The situation is tense enough already, so there's no need to cause her any further panic. What a very elegant way that you suggest we keep our heads buried in the sand. It's the right attitude, and it helps, doesn't it? I'm kind of for further distraction based purely on hearsay. You're right, I don't need to be reminded of that. Scarlet looks sullen and exhausted. The constant stress must be getting to her even more than I imagined. By the way, I heard from Neko that your cannon is missing. Yes, oh my gosh, it's so utterly horrible. Let me tell you all about... Scarlet's voice suddenly goes up and at least an octave, but she immediately realizes what she sounds like. Clearly embarrassed, she clutches her sunglasses awkwardly. My cute little Blueberry is such a good boy. He would never run off on his own. Imagine that move here. That little engine has never left the neighborhood. He knows where it's safe, knows that he has to avoid running into any big dogs. He's always found his way back home to me safely. For him to vanish like this isn't normal. I miss his touch, his cute little paws. He loves to cuddle, he's not afraid of anything. What if he ran into something? What if he ran into some rabid wild animal? Oh no, can you imagine? Or what if... Scarlet can't stop. It's like a lifetime of emotion is flowing out her like whites. She rambles on, worrying and whining like there's no tomorrow. Emotions. Turns out Neko was right about Scarlet having those, and the feature seems thoroughly developed. You guys better get back here soon. It is just now that I'm starting to realize how much I miss having those people around me. An odd bunch, sure, but I treasure each and every one of them. Oh, finally a point where I can save. Wait, again? Oh god, we're back to this. Justin finally regains consciousness. He opens his eyes a little, trying to get a sense of his surroundings. He's finally awake again. The world has him back, and it seems like it has gotten brighter. What is this place? What's wrong with him? Oh yeah, that flashback. The throbbing pain in his head makes him remember some parts of what happened before. Was that an electric shock? Who would even think of such a thing? A jumble of questions rushes through his mind all at once, his thoughts still racing, just in his rise to sit up to sort everything out. Cat! 3 faces suddenly appear in front of him. Meow! Holy crap! Meow. Hold on, what's that sound? Already confused by the overall situation, the sound of his own voice only raises more questions. His mind is having a tough time processing what's going on. Just as his confusion is close to reaching his peak, another voice interrupts his rampant thoughts. Meow meow. What's the matter, you dummy? He spots the dark face of a good-looking Siamese cat. But a regular cat could never convey that much information with just meows. The cat's tone, it sounds strangely familiar, almost like a person. As a matter of fact, it sounds a lot like meow meow. Hold on, Neko, is that you? Meow meow meow. Of course it's me, what kind of question is that? Meow meow. Neko, I think it's a little hard for him to understand. Another cat, and this one speaks with, for the lack of a better term, Cecile's voice. It's not really her voice, it's more like the sounds the cat is making are being translated into actual human language, and for some reason Justin can understand it all just fine. He is having no trouble understanding the cats at all, as if he never spoke another language. He can understand all of it immediately, as if he himself were thinking solely in meows. As if he were a cat himself. Mustering up the strength to calm down from his initial shock, Justin lifts up his small arms, turning his wrist to take a good look at his hands? No, pause. Meow, meow. What the hell? Wow, wow. Stop making such a racket already, be quiet. Every member of the just recently established investigative team has turned into a fluffy, furry, soft little cat. Best chapter. Wow. So we all turned into cats? Wow. Dude, check out your silly looking pointy ears and your paws. We're not teddy bears, that's for sure. Wow. No need to be harsh, Neko. I don't have anything against teddy bears. Mama. What the hell is going on? How did this happen? Wow, wow, wow. Let's set aside the situation for a second. Why are all of you here? Mama. To save you, obviously. Zack answers Justin's question while peacefully playing with fallen leaves and small branches on the ground. Zack seems to have turned into a long-haired, unusually large cat of imposing stature. From Justin's perspective, he looks like a baby lion. Steel and Neko are a lot smaller and have both turned into cats of a very different breed judging by their appearance. It's hard for Justin to tell the actual difference. He's never really been a cat lover. To him, all cats look the same. Maybe their fur and ears have some subtle differences, but that's about it. Cecile picks up where Zack left off and does her best to explain the situation to a bewildered-looking Justin. Mao! You were gone for a long time and you didn't come back. Zack was worried about you, so he came to the abandoned factory to look for you. Mao. Then Zack didn't come back either. Cecile got worried about that hothead, and before I knew it, she'd run off to look for him as well. Mao. You two reckless fools can't handle yourself, so I wouldn't have wasted time on you. But I couldn't let Cecile run off to a place like this all by herself, so naturally, I follow her. Wow. Shortly after I arrived here, I was knocked out by something when I got close to the door. When I woke up, I had turned into, well, this. Meow. Same here. Meow. That's what happened to me as well. Meow. I see, so chances are it all happened to us in the exact same spot. Meow. Yes, it certainly seems so. Meow. Usually I would be a lot more stoked about having you guys here, but we don't exactly have extremely numbers this time. Only numbers. Meow, meow, meow. Don't you dare speak like that, you fool. It's all because you couldn't get things done. Every single one of us here, every single one of us is here because we were worried about you. Wow, wow, wow. And of course, I have to be the smallest and most fragile looking one again. Why me? Look at that idiot over there. He's almost the size of a freaking dog. It's not fair. Are you seriously blaming me? Oh. Calm down, please, both of you. Let's think about what we should do next. Wow. You're right. Even if we manage to get out and ask someone for help, they'll probably just want to cuddle. Wow. And even if we somehow get to Scarlet, there's a big chance she'll never ever let us go again. Wow. Is Scarlet really like that? Wow. Well, her cat Blueberry still hasn't come home, and how do I put this? Scarlet can be quite obsessive. Wow. Calling for help seems impossible, all things considered. Wow. How about writing a note, help us, or something like that? Wow. Look at your paws, Dumbo. If you can pull off writing even half a word, I'll call you Picasso from this day on forward. Wow. Come on, at least I offer a solution instead of complaining. Wow. Never mind. First, we should try to understand our new bodies. Growl, rumble. The sound of several growling stomachs longing for food fills the room, closely followed by awkward silence. It's getting late, and without any of them noticing, half the day has already passed. Justin now knows how hungry Castle must feel, as he can't shake the sensation that his belly is cramping up. Judging by the frustrated expressions on the others' faces, they must be feeling the same way. Wow. Objection, let's not get into the biology of these new bodies. At least not until we've dealt with this situation. Wow. I know, we need to find a way to deal with it, but how? Any of you guys happen to know how to catch mice? Wow. I have a few ideas, but all of them involve me actually having two proper hands. How the hell should I know how to catch a mouse like this? Wow. You're not chasing after rodents with your own hands in your spare time, are you? Wow. Guys, I think I know a place where it shouldn't be that hard to find something to eat without having to go dumpster or sewer diving. Wow. What are you waiting for? Take us there. Wow. I don't mind chewing on some leftover, but I'm not sure if I can handle chomping down on some nasty critters. Wow. Can be picky, better prepare yourself. Reiko shakes her head and points it towards the parkway. Justin doesn't quite understand what she means by prepare yourself, but the other two seems to be assuming the worst. Wow, come on, let's get out of here. One after the other, the four small confused cats walk outside, embarking on their very own grand journey. Oh god, this never ends. I want a place to save. You know what? Let's save here. Oh, goddammit. Like, we're already 30 minutes over time, and the game, for some reason, refuses to just give me, like, any pace. Honestly, that's one of the issues with this game. Incredibly weird pacing. So, anyway, like, no time to rest. You would expect some time to rest. But anyway, since it's been more than 30 minutes over time, we're ending here before my throat gapes up on me. Actually, it already did. I just don't want it to give up even more. Anyway, thank you very much for being here. Tomorrow, I don't know, maybe some more days to dive. I don't know. I'm tired. My throat is killing me. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what I'm in the mood for. But anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good start to your week, and I'll see you tomorrow for something that won't make me destroy my throat. Yeah. Bye, everyone.